Only the strong survive themselves. Weak heart dies in misery. Only the strong survive themselves. I don't wanna die in poverty. Give I, all I need, job. Give me a warm that you're my son. Give I, all I want.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Awesome. How are you all feeling this morning? Good? Amazing. My name is Aisha Addo, and I will be your host for today. We are going to get started shortly, but before we do, a little bit of a housekeeping. Please keep your mask on at all times. And also, if we can please fill in the empty seats, that would be amazing. Before I tell you a little bit about why we are here today, we would like to welcome Mr. Rhyme Sony to give us a little bit of an introductory poetry to get us gingered up for the day. So, Mr. Rhyme Sony, the stage is all yours. Can we please give him a round of applause?
All right, so I begged her that I could take off my mask so that I can deliver properly. All right, El Shaddai. Good morning, everyone. Black is the darkest color, the result of the absence of visible light. Black is an achromatic color, a color without hue, like gray or white. It decreases brightness in the principle of chromaticity. It's the color of fertility and the color of royalty, worn by judges, clergy, as far back as the 14th century. High fashion color, check your history, associated with death and mourning, but at the same time, elegance and power comes with black in the morning. So stop blackening black, because you cannot bleach melanin back. Now let me tell you some black truth. See, sitting under this black roof with my umbilical cord stuck under this black root, how can you uproot? So be mute. Black leg, we work whilst others are on strike. Black or white, our veins still carry red blood alike, not black blood. So why this bad blood? Is it because our presence scares you like the black plague? That's why you continue to blackmail us with your black propaganda? See, we are already blacks and we will continue to remain on your screens like the blacklist. So stop your blaxploitation, else we will resist you like the black spine in the black forest and show you that black don't rest. We know about the black chamber, black projects, black ops and the black budget. We know all of that. So when you try to blackwash the black man by throwing fire at him, remember, he's a blacksmith that works with fire. So your fire will certainly backfire. He shine. Call him the black star, full of love. Call that black love. Black lives matter. Black love is the matter. Black love is egg-shaped, delicate and oval. Black love is friendship. Stay true, royal, and never forever. Black love is doing different things for different people of color at different times. This world is a black tie event, and we are all Black Panthers fighting for the black belt. But after the crash, all the information shall remain in the black box. So tell the black man with black mind it's time to show the world how kind the black man can be. Tell the black lady dripping with black beauty it's time to show the world some black love. The kind of love Black Eyed Peas sang about. Where is the love? We need that love right here, right now. It's a great time to be a Black man, great time to be a Black woman. Thank you for coming. Welcome.
That was so amazing. Thank you so very much, Mr. Rhymesoni. That definitely perked us up. We definitely are Black and proud. So my name is Aisha Addo, and I will be your host for today. And welcome to the Diaspora Transition Network, the Diaspora Conversations. So today is going to be a very fun-filled and information-packed because we have some amazing speakers here today. But then I do hope that you brought out your notepads because you're going to be taking lots of notes because they're going to be providing us with lots of information. Before we get started, I would like to introduce Ms. Jennifer to come give us a little bit of information on the Diaspora Transition Network as well as Guru Careers. Is Ms. Jennifer around? Is she coming? She's outside? Oh, she just walked out. Miss Jennifer? No? Okay, so while we wait for her, also let your friends and family that are not here in the room with us know that this is being live streamed as well, so they can definitely and also get some of the information. So we're just gonna wait for Miss Jennifer. And while we do, I just want to get a sense of who is in the room. Okay, cool. So I want to get a sense of who is in the room. So how many of you are coming from Europe? Show of hands. Okay, all right. North America. Okay. Other African countries? Aside from Ghana? Guineans? All right, okay, representing. Are there any Canadians in the house? Woo! Excited because I barely see Canadians. So I'm really excited. Welcome, welcome. So Ms. Jennifer, we're gonna call you up to give us a little bit more information about the Diaspora Network. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Okay, if you permit me just to pull down my mask a little so that I can speak clearly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to you, to this Diaspora Network community. It's our first sort of session, and it is an opportunity for us all to come together, a conversation. It's a much needed conversation, a conversation that lots of different people have been their own sort of small areas, own sort of groups. But I think it's important that we come together as one unit. As many of you are aware, in and around Ghana, we've got lots of diasporans coming and flocking back to our homeland, Ghana. Why is that? There are lots of different reasons, but it also reminds us that we are unique. There is a beauty to Ghana, there's opportunities to Ghana, and there's so much more than we can do when we are all working together as one. Earlier this year, the Network Diaspora, or Diaspora Transition Network, was established as a way of bringing together diasporans. There are other community diasporan groups out there who are also doing things similar. And it's so important that we come together as one to support each other. Diasporans need Ghanaians, Ghanaians need diasporans. We need to come together and work to build our nation. So today's conversation is a combination of things that we need to look out for. I myself, I decided to move to Ghana just this year. So I've been here 3 months and I'm still fresh, still learning, enjoying myself. I haven't regretted it and I hope I don't. But there is so much that I need to take in, so much I'm trying to learn, so much I'm trying to engage with. And even today, some of the organizations that I've been liaising with to organize this event, I'm coming here to learn, because if I want to set up a business, what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? How do I start? You know, what I do find in various conversations is that many diasporans actually want to come and establish a business, you know, something here to grow. So where do we start? You know, we all need each other. We need to be each other's keepers. We need to support each other in order to make sure that we get the best out of Ghana and we bring the best out of Ghana. For some of the diasporans, you'll notice or you'll know that Ghana sits quite high on the radar when it comes to the outside world. Everybody wants to come to Ghana. You know, I've got friends from other African countries, but Ghana's different. Ghana's unique. I recently, and I'm not going to mention a country, I recently traveled to another country and another West African country. And when I went there and what I saw did not compare to what Ghana has and what Ghana can offer. The beauty, and it humbled me because it made me realize, you know what, I need to stop complaining. Yes, we have roads that are bumpy, but at least we have beautiful roads, some roads that have overpasses and, you know, all kinds of mannerism. But some of the other African countries are looking to us, and we really need to be thankful for where Ghana has achieved, where Ghana has reached. So the community, like I mentioned, is a community of diasporans. We have a number of people based in Ghana currently, but there are also diasporans out of Ghana that also connect with us. Okay, we want to create the community where we share each other's knowledge and skills. So we have sessions. There are still things that we're working on in a community, but we have sessions like this where we meet up, we have an open and frank conversation. Okay, we share skills, we network, and I think that's very important and key. Today's first session, first panel session, will be simply about understanding Ghana. There is a lot to understand about Ghana, okay? I would say the good, the not so good, and the plain simple facts. But there's a lot to understand about Ghana. Okay, and what we have done is to try and pull together all the main sort of government institutions to give you an insight into how to get things done in Ghana the correct way. Not the back door, the correct way. The second session, which is as vitally important, is where we're going to get the chance to interact with diasporans themselves. People like myself that have maybe moved over from USA, from UK, any other country, and they've been here for maybe a year, a couple of months, a variety. And what they're going to share with you is their journey, how they found Ghana so far, what has inspired them, what has kept them going. So that session is called The Reality versus the Dream. We all have a vision of an African dream. When I get to Ghana, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But we also need to understand the realities. So we're going to get people to speak about their journey and also just to share how people overcame certain adversities. Okay, but thank you once again all for coming. And I welcome you to the Diaspora Conversations 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Miss Jennifer. Like I mentioned earlier, this is being live streamed, so you can definitely share that with your friends and family that are not with us presently today. And also be sure to follow Goober Careers and Goober Enterprise on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of the social media platforms as well. So we are in this beautiful and lovely space, right? And we have to give big and major shout outs to EcoBank for giving us the opportunity to be here today. And to give us the welcome address, we are going to welcome Ms. Kate Thompson, who is the head of consumer products at EcoBank Ghana. So can we please give her a round of applause as she takes on stage?
Good morning, everyone. The CEO of Guba Enterprise and the Diaspora Transition Network, representatives of Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of British High Commission, Lands Commission, SNIT, Diaspora Office of the President, Ghana Revenue Authority, Registrar General's Department, Ghana Tourism Authority, Destination Group, Jackson & Co. Designs, Ekumfi Foods and Juices, the panelists, fellow EcoBank staff, and all invited guests. Good morning once again. My name is Kate Thompson, the head of consumer products at EcoBank PLC. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the Diaspora conversation this morning. It is an exciting time for me today, and I'm smiling because resilience and perseverance should be our watchword in 2022. We have been engaging with the organizers for many years, and today it actually happened. Kudos to the entire and the team. Well done. We are extremely delighted to have all of you here with us, and we know some of you have traveled far to be part of this conversation today. Thank you. EcoBank PLC is proud to be associated with Gupa Enterprise and the Diaspora Transition Network today for a conversation which is aimed at creating a one-stop shop event for diasporans to interact with the key government and private sector organizations that are fundamental in helping their transition to Ghana. Why is this so? Many years ago, a group of Africans and African organizations found it wise to work together to create a Pan-African bank, which will end up being present in 33 African countries to support growth of African businesses and financial inclusion of all Africans. 30 plus years of African minds at work. It was birthed in the 1980s when there were hardly any commercial banks in West Africa owned and managed by Africans in the private sector. The story of the African Diaspora Network resonates so well with this Pan-African institution. Gupa seeks to enrich the African community in the diaspora and in Africa with the aim of empowerment and growth. That is what we are about. EcoBank PLC is a Pan-African institution that has over 30 years sought to develop products and services to meet the needs of individuals, the small enterprise, as well as the corporate customer. Some of the products, to mention a few, are remittance products in partnership with various IMTOs to allow diasporans to send money back home, either over the counter or direct into account, or using our flagship rapid transfer product to facilitate payments across the African continent. Our card products, debit, credit, prepaid, and virtual portfolios, working with both international and local schemes, helping to make payments across borders. Today, we sit in homes and purchase items in different locations, pay for our subscriptions, our professional memberships, payment for PCR tests, to mention some of the things you can do. Our liability products ensure that customers have access to both current and savings accounts. On the asset products, we have worked to ensure that individuals have access to a bouquet of loan products, including personal loans, salary-backed loans, and loans as well as mortgages. To ensure efficient distribution of our products and services and to achieve scale, we have developed both a physical and digital distribution network. I prefer saying virtual distribution network as it takes out the limitation of border controls. These are the agency network we call Express Points across the length and breadth of Ghana to offer basic financial services, typically cash in and cash out services. Mobile banking platforms to offer convenience, self-service options to our cherished customers as well as prospects. The platform simply gives you banking at your fingertips. Internet banking services dubbed EcoBank Online, which simply brings the branch close to you. Over 60 branches, over 240 ATMs across Ghana. The needs of SMEs and local businesses have also been catered for. Accounts, loans, trade services, digital platforms to facilitate payments. And when we talk about the corporate banking unit, we are looking at cash management services, which are taking care of payment platforms such as Omni, trade transactions, and corporate advisory services. All business units provide relationship managers to cater for unique needs of customers in the various defined segments. As we engage today and listen to the various panel discussions, which are aimed at answering questions as well as dialoguing on the real issues that impact on how successful we are as diasporans settling in Ghana to start our businesses or simply to continue our life journeys with our families, as well as listening to the success stories. Be assured that EcoBank Ghana PLC has all it takes to offer the financial advice and support you will need. We have information desk set at various vantage points before you get into the building. They will take your details and then over time assign you a relationship manager to help you, reach out to you and assist in whichever way you would want us to do so. In the room today as well, we have most of our product team members or product heads. I think I have the head of remittances all sitting right there. In the person of Jacob Abuaji, we have the liability product manager out there. We have the card product managers also out there. What I can say is based on a quotation by Brian Tracy, an American-Canadian motivational speaker. I believe that Aisha would know that. Your earning ability today is largely dependent upon your knowledge, skill, and your ability to continue and your ability to combine that knowledge and skill in such a way that you contribute value for which customers are going to pay for. On that note, on behalf of the Executive Director of Consumer Banking, the management of EcoBank, and the organizers of this conference, I wish to welcome you all to the Diaspora Conversation. Let's gather some knowledge today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Kate, for welcoming us here. So we are going to get started on our very first panel discussion. But before we do that, I absolutely love crowd participation. So I'm going to come around with a microphone, and I want you to tell me what you're hoping to get out of today's event. You know, what is one thing that you're looking forward to, and what is one thing that you're hoping that at the end of today's session, you're going to be able to do well of, okay? So I'm going to do, this is not in the agenda, by the way. So. Who was, oh, okay, even better. So there are actually microphones in between the room. So who would like to tell us one thing that you'd like to take away from today's session? Or one thing that you're looking forward to? Oh, amazing. Hi, Providence.
Hi. Why do you know my name? I'm Providence, and I'm an interior designer, and I've settled here in Accra, and my purpose of being here is networking. That's
Awesome.
it.
Networking. Yes.
Networking.
Thank you so much for being here. Anyone else would like to tell us what they would like to get out of today's session? Yes, please approach the microphone.
Hello, my name is Myra, and today I'm hoping on networking as well. I just came to Ghana and I'm planning on moving out here. I just graduated with a criminal justice degree, so I'm hoping to meet somebody in the law enforcement and see what we can get going. So,
Nice. Amazing. Welcome. One more person? Yes, please approach the microphone.
Hello, I'm Jeff. I'm a law student from the United States. I also came to also have the opportunity to network. I'm interested in real estate, so looking for networking opportunities.
Amazing. Welcome, Jeff. Anyone else? Final person? Yes. Yes, go ahead.
I finally got here. I'm Sherry Thompson, and I've been in Ghana for 25 years. So
Wow.
it's a continuing love story. with a lot of different angles and things that you have to negotiate, navigate, and get through. I'm hoping to take away some newer strategies for helping people to orient to Ghana.
Awesome.
We have some new stuff going on, and frankly, it's costing us quite a bit of people coming here. And to be very honest with you, it's freaking everybody out. So I just want to hear from people that know what's happening, know what the way forward is. We're in the beyond the return agenda, and I call what African Americans are trying to do now Exodus 2.0.
Amazing.
They really wanted to come here,
Awesome.
and then all of a sudden there was this big pause.
Yeah.
And I want to know how long the pause is going to last,
Okay.
what the pause is about. What are we doing?
Amazing. Thank you so very much. So our next panel, our upcoming panel, is going to be the perfect opportunity for us to learn more about some of these things that we've talked about, but then also to hear from, some experts on understanding Ghana and what we are naming the Diaspora Toolkit. So we're going to get started with our very first panel, and I'm going to start introducing our panelists. So if I do introduce, please clap for our panelists so that they can feel your energy when I mention their names as well. Okay, so we're going to start with Mr. Joseph Poku, who is the Chief Actuary at the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, which is SNIT. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Please, yes. Next up, we have Mr. Yes, you can. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. James Dadson, who is the Acting Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission. Amazing. Next up, we have Mr. Dominic Knapp, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Special Aide to Commissioner General at the Ghana Revenue Authority. Next up, we have Mr. Kofi Addo, who is the head of the One District, One Factory initiative. We also have Ms. Matilda Osei, who is the head of client service and the principal company inspector at the Registrar General. And lastly, we have Mr. Alex Boache, who is the Director of Quality Assurance and Standards Department at the Ghana Tourism Authority. See, amazing. Can we please give up some ginger for her? Awesome. I am going to. Please give us a round of applause while we're setting up the mics. Amazing. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Splendid. So we are going to have an amazing conversation with our amazing panelists about the Diaspora Toolkit. So a lot of us have questions, and today they are going to be answering some of them. But before we get started, I would love to hear more about you, who you are and your roles in your different sectors. So if you can please briefly introduce yourself to us and we can get started. We'll start.
I'm Matilda Osei, Head of Client Service and Company Inspector at the Registrar General's Department.
Welcome, Ms. Matilda.
Yeah, I am Kofi Addo, Chief Commercial Officer, and the head of the One District, One Factory at the Ministry of Trade and Industry.
My name is James Dodson. I'm the Acting Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission.
Mine is Joseph Poku. I'm the Chief Actuary of SNITS, Social Security and National Insurance Trust.
Dominic Knapp, Assistant Commissioner and Technical Aide to the Commissioner General.
Alex Boachi, Director, Standards and Quality Assurance, Ghana Tourism Authority.
Amazing. Thank you so very much for that introduction. So I have a couple of questions here today that I will be asking you, and then after we're going to throw it over to the audience for them to also ask some of your questions. So I'm going to start with Mr. Joseph Poku. A lot of us hear a lot about SNIT, but I wanted to know, in your experience, and if you can tell us a little bit more about what SNIT is, and then also SNIT's role in supporting diasporans, specifically that have transitioned back to Ghana.
Thank you so much. So thanks for the opportunity once again. And you're all welcome to Ghana, those of you who are coming here for the first time. I'm a chief actuary, or the chief actuary of SNIT. I don't want to go into what an actuary is. To summarize, my role is to make sure that the scheme that we run in SNIT is sustainable, that there's a lot of money in there to pay anybody who is due to be paid. So I'll put it in that simple terms. Now, SNIT, Social Security and National Insurance Trust, is an institution that was born in 1965. It was supposed to take care of workers in Ghana as they retire. Then it will pay a lump sum to the workers to take care of the rest of their lives in their retirement ages. And then it got to a point that it starts to transition into a pension scheme in 1991, because it realized that people were dying off after getting the huge sums of money, and they couldn't manage the funds because they thought, oh, I have so much money, and I can now marry more women, or probably put up a building or something like that, without planning for the rest of their lives. So they became destitute, and they were dying early after retirement. So the scheme transformed into a pension scheme in 1991. And then in 2010, January, they established a 3-tier scheme, and SNIT was supposed to manage the first tier. Now, in short, you make contributions into the scheme, and then when you retire, the scheme pays you till you die. So there are a lot of benefits listed in the scheme, and you are supposed to contribute as a worker and as an employer, so that it will sort of be a seed money where it will be invested, and then when you retire as a worker where you have no means of earning a living, then the scheme will take care of you till you die. There are so many benefits that I can list, but because of time, I'll probably pause, and then as we go on with the conversation, I'll bring them all up. But key among them are the pension scheme, the pension, which is the monthly benefits you get after retirement, and then invalidity pension, where you are not even on retirement, but something happens to you and you are incapable of engaging in any gainful employment, then the scheme will have to pay you till you die. And then we have survivors benefits, where when you are working, and let's say, touch wood, you pass away, then the scheme will take care of your survivors. Or you are a pensioner who's not even 75 years and you happen to die, then the scheme will have to pay your survivors because you didn't exhaust all the pension that is listed for you. So these are the benefits that you can get from the scheme. Quickly, let me mention that by law, everyone who is looking to establish a business in Ghana is supposed to register with SNIT. So first you register your business, and then you have to register your business with SNIT and the workers that you intend to employ to do your job for you. That is one aspect of it by law. The second aspect is that you have a benefit as an employer or as a diasporan who is looking to establish a business here, because SNIT will assume that mortality risk for your workers. So as I mentioned, the survivors benefits, once you register your employees under SNET, they are covered. So if anything happens, you, the employer, may not have to find money and pay for the the employee and the beneficiaries. SNET will assume that responsibility for you. That is one key benefit that you get from it. And then you also have a life policy inbuilt in the scheme. So we pay anybody who retires from your employment till the person dies. So these are some of the benefits that you get as an employer or somebody's trying to establish a business here. So two aspects. The law requires that you do that, and also the benefit that you get. And it brings some kind of respect and credit to your business. That for this business, when I work with this employer, I'm able to get so and so from the employer instead of you elsewhere, like elsewhere in the UK or maybe in the US, 401k. This is assumed by that responsibility assumed by SNIT. So this is what I have to say for now. I think if you leave me, I'll go on and on and on. I'll not lead the panel, the rest of people to continue.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. That was very, very insightful. And I do have some follow-up questions, but I'm going to take the other panelists and I'll come back to you after. So this is for Mr. James Dadson from the Lands Commission. So, you know, land is one of the biggest issues and opportunities for diasporans. And I wanted you to tell us today how to acquire and register land in Ghana. What do we avoid? And what are the correct documents that we should be looking out for? And then also, what are the channels that we need to be looking out for in terms of like land acquisition as well? And how is the Lands Commission supporting diasporans on that process?
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. First of all, let me say that the Lands Commission runs a monopoly. You cannot register your land anywhere else in Ghana except at the Lands Commission. That is the first point that you need to know. Now, the Lands Commission has regional offices. So if you live in the northern region, and you want to buy land, you don't have to come to Accra to register your land. You register at the regional office. We have plans to open district offices across the country. So we have currently 16 regions in Ghana, and each of these regions has a Lands Commission, that is the board. And then we also have our own offices, that's the Lands Commission Secretariat. In Accra, we have the head office here at Cantonment. Now, the commission is made up of 4 divisions. So when we say Lands Commission, we are talking of Survey and Mapping Division, responsible for all our survey work in the country. They also determine the standards for licensed surveyors to work. Then we have the Public and Invested Land Management Division, which used to be the old Lands Commission. It's now a division of the Lands Commission. Then we have, they are responsible for the management of public lands in Ghana. When I say public lands, I mean areas like where we are now. The rich area is all state acquired land, and that is what we mean by public land. Then we have the Land Valuation Division, which is responsible for stamping, that is, we will call it the tax aspect of your land transaction. Then we also have the Land Registration Division, responsible for the final registration of title in the country. Now, we need to bear in mind that land titling is only in the Greater Accra region. The Greater Accra region has been declared as a full registration district. And so we grant title here in Greater Accra and some very limited areas of Kumasi. The rest of the 16 regions of Ghana still do the deed registration. So if you go and buy land in Cape Coast and you go and you register it, sometimes I get people coming to say that, oh, they gave me an indenture. They said they had completed the process, but they didn't give me a land title certificate. What it means is that those areas have not been declared as registration areas. So you still have the deed registered document in the regions. Now, the question that you asked, how That's one acquire land. I wish I also knew, because there are a number of factors. But first of all, let me try and break it down a bit. So you go to an area and let me take Ajahn Gano, for example. That is the area beyond East Legon. It is family land. And so you would identify an area that you are interested in. Of course, every land in Ghana has an owner. That's what they say. And so you would have to approach the landowners, and then they will give you a site plan of the area that they have available for sale. You come to the Lands Commission and conduct an official search. That would determine if the land had been registered for someone or whether the family has registered it. There are some families that, by virtue of a declaration or a court judgment, have their plan duly registered at the Lands Commission. And so the records will show that is for family A. And if family A has granted a lease to an individual, it will show from family A to, let's say, Madam Ajua Mensa or something. And if you are buying from that person, then you know that you are dealing with the right source. So that is what we mean by the official search. And of course, you are buying the land and you're going to use it for a particular purpose. So you'd have to visit the assemblies, the land use and spatial planning offices of the various assemblies, to determine that I want to buy this land and use it for educational purposes. Maybe the land is zoned for an industrial purpose. So obviously, then you are not dealing with the right land. So you must also know what the land has been zoned for. When we've gone through all these processes, then you will execute a document duly prepared by a solicitor and executed between the two parties, the landowners and yourself. Then when that is done, you go to the court and then have it certified, and then you submit it to the Lands Commission for registration. Let me also say that in Ghana, we have various types of lands. We have the state lands, as I said, where we are. We have the stool lands or skin lands, the lands that are managed by the chiefs or the customary authorities. Then we have family lands, and we have family lands all over the country. And then beyond that, we also have individual lands. We also have one aspect, a hybrid of state and stool, that is vested land that is owned by the traditional authorities, managed by the state. So they have the equitable interest in it. The state has a legal right. So we manage it, and they benefit from the revenue that comes out of it. Then we have the types of interests that we have in land. We have the freehold interest. That is when you buy land from an individual who has a freehold, means that I own it till God comes again. And so you have it in perpetuity. Then we have the leasehold interest, that's a terminable interest. So in Ghana, mostly our residentials go for 99 years. It can even be 50 years, 50, 60, or up to 99 years. And then for industrial and commercial, it is 50 years. But all of these are renewable. And so that's for leasehold. Then we have tenancies, usually for agric areas, where you go in and have a tenancy agreement for a period, say, and then also there are two types. We have the Abunu and Abusan system. You go in there, the farmer gives you the land. So the products that come out of it, you take 2/3 and then he takes 1/3. And then we also have the Abusa, that is the Abusan system. You take 2/3 and he takes 1/3. And the Abunu system is 50-50, where he makes a contribution to the development. So at the end of it, you harvest, he takes half of it, and you also take half of it. Then we have the very, very lesser one, the license, temporary uses. You can put a kiosk and be given a license to be there for 6 months or a year, etc. So these are the types of interests that we have in lands in Ghana. I think I'll end it here. The rest of it will be when the questions start flowing. Thank you.
Amazing. That was very, very detailed. I absolutely love it. I do have a quick follow-up question though, just in regards to the terms. So a lot of things that a lot of times I hear that when you are a foreigner buying land, you normally when it's like the leasehold land, you get 50 years as opposed to, let's say, 99 years. Is that a true statement?
Yes, that is the position of the law in Ghana. But you get a 50 years and it is renewable. There are covenants in the lease. So, for example, if you get a 50-year lease and you never paid your ground rent and you never developed, or you developed and you abandon the property, obviously at the end of 50 years, you or your children at that time cannot come and have it renewed. You understand? So you must have been, the property must be in a good tenantable state. Then it will be renewed for you.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. Wow, we're gonna move over to Miss Matilda for the business section, because I do know that a lot of us, come to Ghana with a lot of interest in starting businesses or running businesses. So if you can please tell us the process and the importance of registering your business in Ghana, and what are some of the supports that are in place for diasporans?
Thank you so much. The Registrar General's Department, as he also said, have the monopoly concerning business registration. When I say business, I mean companies, individuals, sole proprietorships, what people say enterprise, they call it all. And then churches, organizations, non-charitable organization. And then we have the external businesses, that is companies registered in other territory, and you want to have a branch in Ghana, we do register that. Besides that, we also register intellectual property, i.e. patents, trademarks, and then industrial design. Most people don't know that if you even have a cloth, a design, you can sell it to GTP and then you can register it. The olden days, people used to register their cloth, Wafamenwa, Felicia, Asobire, and all that. Our textile design office do that. People register their baskets, any design, uniforms, military uniforms, church uniforms, all need to be protected because they are people designs. And then we also register the logos, that's the trademark, which is different from the company. So you can protect the trading name like MTN, Tigo. All this we register at the Registrar General's Department. And then we do register patents. That is invention, something of novelty, something that nobody has an idea of, or even the design is there, but you bring novelty, something unique, then you can have the patent right, and it goes through patent examination. We do all this at the Registrar General's Department. Besides that, we are the principal registrars of marriages. We do register ordinance marriages with special license. So if you've missed somebody and you are in a hurry to travel, you can come to our office and then the marriage will be registered for you. We do that as well. We also do estate, pension, gratuities. We do all this at the Registrar General Department. They can even handle your will if you want your will to be documented. Yes, you can come and see the administrator and then your will can be done for you. Yes, so Registrar General does a lot of things. But for now, with the new act called the Act 2019, the Office of the Registrar General's Department is going to be haved from Office of the Registrar of Companies is going to be separated from the Registrar General's Department. For now, we are all in the same building, but very soon the business aspect will be moved from the Registrar General, and then the other offices, i.e. the marriages, the estates, and maybe another office will come and join, and then the Office of the Registrar of Companies will be moved because of the new act, the Act 992. So besides this, the Registrar General's Department also have the mandate to make sure that all businesses that are registered renew their businesses. That is one aspect that people don't know. Now, our new system blocks you. If you register and you don't renew, you will come and the data is there, but you can't do anything unless you file your returns. It is mandatory under the section 126 of the new act for companies to file their company's returns with the financial statement, whether you worked, you didn't work. Most often people will come to us and tell us that we didn't do anything. If you didn't do anything, that is between you and GRA. We legally, We have kept the name for you, and you can boast of say you have a company, you have a company. So you need to file your returns or renew. We have the partnership, maybe two partners coming together to form businesses. Both partners have to agree and renew. And then if you're a sole proprietorship, you also renew annually. But with the limited liability, you do file your returns after the first 18 months of registration. The law says you have to have your AGM, and then after the AGM, your auditors will prepare the account, and then you file. It's one area that is very important to us. It shows the whether you are in good standing, because most often people write searches. You know, all companies in Ghana are under our authority. Whether you even buy a land in a company's name, you have to make sure that the company exists and the company is in good standing before you do any transaction with the company. So it's cogent that people renew their company, not just registering the company, adding a director. The life of a company is like a human being. People do changes in their organization without informing the office of the registrar of companies. Like a baby, when the baby is sick, you go to the hospital. If you do any changes, you have to come to us. I've changed my name because we help you to give the name to the baby. So we'll help you to organize the company till you die or we kill you, whichever way you want the dying process to be. We are there to help because in liquidation or closing up a company, it's also a formality, and we have to come through for you to make sure that you go through the right process to close the company or to liquidate, whether official or private. So these are a few things that we need to know about the Registrar General's Department.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. That was so informative. And I know a lot of us were like, oh, wow, y'all did that. No, that's really, and I do have some follow-up questions, but I will come back to that question because you mentioned GRA, and we have someone here from GRA. So, Mr. Dominic Nab, if you are able to tell us a little bit more about the various taxes in Ghana, what we need to know when we're setting up our businesses, as well as investment and how taxes are used and how taxes affect and impact diasporans.
Thank you very much. Ghana Revenue Authority is charged with the responsibility of administering taxes. Indeed, there has been that hate and laugh perception that people have about GRA. GRA does not impose taxes. What GRA does is to administer. So the laws are imposed by Parliament, and GRA goes ahead to ensure that they are administered. I want to set that, clearly. Now, taxation is also governed by law. So it is not actually anybody's, opinion or emotion. It is what the law says it is. Now, what it is that let's go to the Constitution. If you look at Article 41J of our Constitution, it is very clear. It says that every citizen has a responsibility to ensure that they disclose their income honestly to the institution that is responsible. And that's, in this case, GRA. Now, for us in GRA, there are 4 obligations we expect every taxpayer or a potential taxpayer to know. One has to do with to register with the Ghana Revenue Authority. Registrations are 2-pronged. One has to do with you register for what we call a taxpayer identification number, which now they say the Ghana card. Now, often it is misunderstood to mean that it is Ghana card that you use to transact business with GRA. The truth is that it is a taxpayer identification number, which is a Ghana card. But when you are using the Ghana card for tax purposes, we call it taxpayer identification number. Then the next one has to do with what we call tax type registration. So what is it that you want to do in Ghana? So the business that you want to do in Ghana, we would run an interview with you and we'll be able to identify the tax types that you need to actually be able to actually pay. Then after that, there's something we call filing. You have to file your tax returns. And the point is that once you start a business, if even you are not making any income, the law requires you to file. So you can file a new return. Not to file at all is not actually right. The third one has to do with you pay your taxes. So you register, you file, and then you have to pay. Taxes are paid quarterly or monthly, depending on what the law says. The last one has to do with disclosing your income honestly, and that is where we think is paramount. Because the point is that we can determine your tax liability based on the income, or we can also say that you are entitled to a refund based on the income that you have disclosed honestly. Having said this, we also ensure that the taxpayers are also given what we call their rights. Is that okay? And one has to do with confidentiality. Whatever you share with the Ghana Revenue Authority can never be shared with any other person, unless per your express agreement. Otherwise, we don't do that. Then the next one has to do with the courtesy. The right to courtesy. We need to treat you with the maximum respect, because without the taxpayer, there's no GRA. Very, very cardinal. The third one has to do with the fact that you are also entitled to a refund when you overpay. So once you pay your taxes, you are entitled to a refund. The last but not the least, there are many others, but just the principal one. When you also buy a depreciable asset that is used in generating your income, you are entitled to what we call capital allowance. The accountant will say depreciation, but the tax man will say capital allowance. Now, that is quite fundamental. Now, when it comes to why or what we use the taxes for, that is actually not within the remit of GRA. We have a duty, and our duty is to collect taxes. How the taxes are used, that is not our duty. But of course, as a citizen, I can say or share with you what the taxes are being used for. One has to do with to pay government workers. If you're a government worker, it is from the taxes that you are paid, for. And that is the reason why we need to all ensure that every person actually pays taxes. The next one has to do with the fact that we need taxes to be able to actually provide infrastructure. Earlier, I think one of your listeners was talking about homes and whatnot. It's the taxes that we use to actually provide that. We also use the taxes to ensure that we protect what is called infant industries. There are certain persons that establish industries. They need to be protected against the giants, otherwise they will collapse. So taxes are used to ensure that they are in the economy. And that has to do with if there's inflation, there's too much money in the system, taxes are used to actually mop up the excess liquidity. And when there's also dysfunctional in terms of the environment not being too good, we use taxes to ensure that we are able to actually liberate the economy. So these are the things that we do. Now, when it comes to the diaspora, what is it that we do, for them? The point actually is that taxation, as I said, is governed by law. And there are various sectors of the economy and tax incentives for the sectors. So once you identify yourself with the sector, if there are tax incentives, then they are also available, for you. Having said that, we also have to put it in perspective that taxes are also collected based on whether you are resident or non-resident. If you are a resident person, the law says that your global income is subject to tax in Ghana. And by default, once you are born in Ghana and you live in Ghana, by default, you are a resident person. So it means that if, for example, me, I travel outside the country for consultancy and I make income, that income, whether I bring it to Ghana here or not, will be subject to tax in Ghana. That is the kind of path we have chosen as a country. Now, if you are non-resident, that is to say, you are not actually a citizen of Ghana, or even if you are a citizen of Ghana, you have been outside the country for a very long time, or you are a foreigner. You come into the country, we are counting the number of days, 183 days within any 12-month period. Then, and we are looking at aggregate. Once we aggregate them, let's say, for example, you come in January 1st. So January 1st, we use a rule or a ruler to determine how many days can we have, or how many months in a year. So January to December will give us 12 months. So from January to December, you go and come, we keep counting. When you make 183 days, then we are considered a resident person. And once you are a resident person, your global income will be subject to tax in Ghana. So our law specifically does not say a foreigner or not a foreigner. We look at whether you are resident or not resident. That is how it is. There are various incentives when it comes to taxes. There are some sectors, when you go in there for the first, depending on the number of years, you pay tax at a rate of 1%. just 1%. For example, farming, agro-processing, venture capital financing entities, rural banks. When you go into them, you pay tax rate of 1%. And of course, for you who are coming from outside the country, if you go into waste processing, 7 years you pay tax rate of 1%. You get it. So there are various, business that you can go in and make a lot of money. Then apart from that, there's also something very important. When you run a loss, of course, we don't expect that you run a business and make a loss. But when you make a loss, the law says that depending on whether you're in the priority sector or other sectors, you can carry over your loss. What it means significantly is that I make a loss this year. The following year, when I make a profit, I will deduct the loss from the profit before it is subject to tax. So we have various, incentives that are in there. But as I said, it depends on the sector. Before I just, hang up, we have, if you want to go into manufacturing, we have something we call locational incentive, depending on where you find yourself. If you are in Accra, you pay tax rate of 25%. When you move to regional capitals, you pay 18.75%. So there's a rebate of 25%. Any other area, you pay 12.5%. And I always say that there's no point being in Accra when you can even move to Nsawam, which is very close to Accra, and pay tax rate of 12.5%. And your products can also be sold here. You get it. So as I said, there are many, and when you ask questions, that is when I can actually go into details and explain some of them. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. I've never heard taxes made so interesting before. That was so good. That was really, really good. Thank you so very much. Speakers, please, if you are not speaking, please kindly turn off your microphone so that there's no feedback in the speakers. Thank you so much. So speaking of manufacturing, we are going to move this next question to Mr. Kofi Addo, who is the head of the One District, One Factory initiative. So if you can please tell us a little bit about One District, One Factory and how diasporans can get involved in the process of setting up factories here in Ghana as part of our industrialization.
Thank you very much. Let me start from this. I see myself as a diaspora. It's just a joke. Eh? I serve as the trade attaché in UK from 2013 until 2019. So I'm sure for those who are watching me from UK, especially, they will be looking at me and say, is that Kofi? Yes. I just woke up one of the days and my hair has turned to black. So don't worry, I'm still Kofi Addo. Now, let's be serious about this. As a country, we need to develop and become a higher middle income status. We are growing just before the COVID hit. We were growing between 6-7% of GDP. It is estimated that if Ghana wants to become a high middle income status country, we need to grow in the double digits. That is 12, 13, 14, 15%. And the critical thing that will be able to drive our growth is industrialization. If you look at all the top countries in the world that have been able to develop, they did it at the background of industrialization. We talk of China, Japan, US, UK, and all these countries. So since 2017, what the government did was this. If we are not going to change the way we do things, we are not going to have a different resource. So what the government did was this. Let's come out with industrial transformation agenda. And the words are key. Industrial transformation agenda. The industrial means we need to do value addition. We need to do value addition, not going to create opportunity for outsiders. When I say outsiders, we are doing a value addition, making sure that we use available raw materials that can be sourced locally. So in the midst of this, that is why we coined the term One District, One Factory. As a country, we are blessed. If you go to every district, we have a unique product that we can easily add value to it. So when we say the One District, One Factory, we want to make sure that at least one enterprise using the available raw materials is established in that district. We are having 260 administrative districts in Ghana. As I'm speaking to you now, by the end of December 2021, we have captured 278, one district, one factory. 278. We have 106 in operation, 148 under construction, and 24, we call them pipeline projects. Pipeline, meaning that everything is sorted out. They are just waiting for the banks to be able to get the release of funding, and they go into operations. Why is this one different from all the other things that we have been doing over the years? And how the diasporans can also take advantage of. The one district, one factory says it's a private sector driven. And I'm glad to say that in front of us, we have the first one district, one factory company that was established. So I always tell them, a confit juice. The success of the one district, one factory lies in the success of a confit. A confit started and people thought it was a mirage. People were saying that, the building is there, there's no pineapple. But you understand, once you start any processing plant, you must also look at the backward integration. You have to look at the raw materials. And the beauty of the whole thing is this. Whilst the government is making sure that these private sector people are coming on board, we are also having the banks coming on board to support us. As we are speaking right now, we have 15 of the commercial banks, including EcoBank, who are part of the one district, one factory. And let me tell you how they work. We call them participating financial institutions, and there are 15 of them. EcoBank, Stanchart, Stanbic, Prudential Bank, Ghana Commercial Bank, ADB, and the list continues. What government said is this: if you want the private sector to be competitive, they cannot be borrowed at the going rate, the market rate. Right now, they borrow between 22, 23, 24%, depending on the sector. So government said, look, since we want to make our private sectors to be competitive, we are going to have what we call interest subsidy. And this interest subsidy is only applicable to 100% Ghanaian-owned company. Because one, we want to make sure that we give this opportunity to Ghanaians to be able to be competitive. The outsiders who are coming in might be in the position to borrow from their exim banks, sometime at no rate. So that's why we are supporting the Ghanaian enterprises. So when you go to EcoBank, we are here, so let me use EcoBank. And then the company will say that I want to borrow this amount from EcoBank. EcoBank will say, yes, we have agreed. And EcoBank will write to the ministry, indicating that this is a company that has applied to us for principal amount. And then the ministry will say, okay, the 20%, the interest we have agreed as part of the agreement we have signed with the banks, don't charge interest rate more than 20%. And that 20% that has been agreed, the government will take 50% of the 20%, and then the entrepreneur will pay the 50%. So in effect, the interest accruing on the principal for the entrepreneur is 10%. And the government also pay the 10%. So what happens is that as part of the 1D, 1F process, we accept business plans, we assess and review the business plans. Once we give you the acceptance letter, we ask you, which bank do you want to work with? So if you tell me that you want to work with EcoBank, I'll push your business plan and all your documents to EcoBank. Then EcoBank will be dealing with you. And then once they approve your business plan, they will write back to the ministry, indicating that company A has been accepted. And then the government will release its 10% of the S amount that has been agreed on the principal to take care of your interest. So this is what has been happening, and we have been working with the banks. Now, as I said, we have 260 districts. We have 278 1D, 1F. So I'm sure if you look at the mathematics, you can tell me that, then you have done well. We are finished. But we have some of the districts that have more than 1D, 1F enterprises. So that is why the number is 278. If you look at the total number of districts we have covered in the country, out of the 260, we have covered 136. 136 have one district, one factories. So we have 124 to go. And that is where the opportunity is. We don't normally call them companies. We call them enterprises because we are not looking at the quantum of money that you invest. We are looking at the value addition you are bringing on board. And I'm telling you, when I sit in the office and I look at the number of companies that are coming into the country to take advantage of the 1D, 1F, I am amazed. You have companies that have come and they are producing. One company just came in a place called Akwamufie. You know what they are going to do? Akwamufie is also very close to Akosombo. They are going to use bamboo to produce toilet roll. You see the innovativeness that is coming into the country. And right now, they are almost 90% completed. So you will see Ghanaian-owned companies producing toilet roll, not going outside to bring any type of paper, but they are using bamboo. That is the research that is driving technology and driving industrialization. I was talking to a Konfi. You know, some of their byproducts, they are now going to turn it into beer. Byproducts of the pineapple, they are going to turn it into beer. That is what is happening in the country. We have companies that you'll be amazed of the things that they are doing. I have a company that is located in the free zone enclave. It's located in the free zone enclave, but it's not a free zone company. It is doing the paper bags for the cement companies. Naturally, most of them used to import heavily, but because of the 1D, 1F, all this capital flight, the foreign exchange that should have gone out of the shores of Ghana, they are now going to be used here. So if you look at it very well, apart from the massive employment that we want to generate through the 1D, 1F, we are also looking at the value chain. That is the key thing. We have companies in the cassava processing that are doing ethanol. Let me chip this one in. 2020, 2021, when we were hit with the COVID and we needed to produce the PPEs and the masks and the medical things for the country. You remember, most of the countries, their borders were closed. If you wanted to buy anything from outside, the shipment has quadrupled, and then you didn't know when even you get the next shipment. It took the Ghana Texas manufacturing companies, who are mostly 1D, 1F companies, to produce our own PPEs. More than 20 million PPEs were produced in Ghana. They were not imported, they were produced here. When we were hit and we needed to get the ethanol to produce sanitizers and all those things, it took one of the 1D, 1F companies to release ethanol to the pharmaceutical companies to be able to produce the hand sanitizers and all those things. So this is something that is changing the Ghanaian story. We can do it. So with the diasporans, you don't need anything to become 1D, 1F company. All that you need to do is to get your business plan. And I always want to use this catchword. The banks will tell you they need a bankable business plan. So that is where the issue is. Because when I push the business plans to the banks, I always tell the people, I will not be there to defend your document, but the document must be able to speak for itself. And this is how it goes. So you send a request to be part of the 1D, 1F. It comes, we have in-house consultant, we review it. Once we accept the business plan, we send it to a bank of your own preference. The bank will be dealing with you. Once they accept the business plan, they will write back to us that this S amount has been given or would like to be given to the promoter. The promoter is the same thing as entrepreneur. And then once it is done, then we release the government 10% to the individual, and the process continues. And then one of the key things to drive this 1D, 1F is incentives. One key incentive is exemption. Exemption when you are bringing all your capital goods, equipment, machineries for the one district, one factory, it is exempted. You don't pay any duty on it. If there are critical raw materials as part of your value addition that you need from outside, We also help you to bring it, especially when it comes to the pharmaceutical companies. There are some of the things that they need that are not produced here. So we try to let them bring it. But we are also making sure that all these things that they are bringing inside, within the next 2-3 years, we'll be able to get companies to produce it. So that is how the value chain is worked at the Ministry of Trade. Thank you.
Amazing. Wow. I do hope that you folks are taking notes because there's lots and lots of information. So we're gonna go to Mr. Alex Boache, who is the Quality Assurance and Standards Department at the Ghana Tourism Authority. So, a lot of us, some of us actually came to Ghana as part of, the year of return. We visited and we're like, oh my goodness, I love it here. And I'm going to stay. So the question is really around, the GTA's role in supporting diasporans and, the importance and the impact of diasporans on the tourism industry and promoting the best of Ghana as a destination for investment and opportunities.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I'm sure you are keenly aware of these facts, but I'll crave your indulgence and remind you of it. Ghana Tourism Authority was established by the Tourism Act 817, which came into force 16th May 2011. Hitherto, we were referred to as Ghana Tourist Board. Now, with the new name, our scope of work widened. It came along with the new mandate that has been given to us, meaning that new enterprises were brought on board for Ghana Tourism Authority to regulate. What has been the object of the authority? The object of the authority has been to promote sustainable development of tourism internationally and domestically. Now, how do we do that? We do that by performing certain functions. And prominent among those functions are regulating the industry, promoting the destination, as we've all seen this month, particularly this month, December in Ghana, a lot of visitors have come to the destination. And also conducting research to make sure that whatever we do is in conformity with the best practices internationally. In addition to that, we also undertake pilot projects. For instance, if there are some tourism projects that, as an agency, we believe that it can boost the entire tourism industry. However, the private sector is not going in there by way of investment because, as we are all very much aware, the private sector is always skeptical in putting his money somewhere because they have to be sure that it's quite a viable project. But when we are of the conviction that it's a good project that can boost the industry, we go into a pilot project, and then once we are successful with it, with time, the private sector will come in, and then that we do by way of function. Now, what are the enterprises that we regulate? We regulate the accommodation sector, which includes hotels, guest houses, service apartments, and so on and so forth, resorts as well. We also regulate the food and beverage enterprises. You're talking of restaurants offering fine dining service, fast food joints, and even the local ones, the traditional catering, which in our local parlance we refer to as chop bar, as well as drinking bars, and the entertainment spots, nightclubs, pubs, theaters, movie house, cinemas. We also regulate the travel trade, those who go into tour operation, travel agency, and sometimes car rental as well. Now, we are with the new mandate, we are also looking at projecting Ghana as a MICE destination, that is for meetings, incentives, convention, and exhibitions. And therefore, we have been mandated to regulate multi-purpose facilities, which includes conference centers, meeting halls like where we are now, event centers. So lately you see that Ghana Tourism Authority, they've been registering and licensing event centers and conference facilities. We also do regulate aerosports, paragliding activities, water sports, and other tourism activities, which I'm sure question time we can elaborate on that. Per the promotion, I'm sure you all bear witness to what the authority has done lately. We've been able to market the destination to the extent that more visitors do come here, beginning from 2019, when the visitor numbers really leapfrog to about 1 million, generating about $3 billion. That was in 2019. However, unfortunately, in 2020, when we were hit by COVID, and you also agree with me that the tourism sector has been the most hardest hit sector of the economy. It dropped. But fortunately for us, this year, it has started again. We are picking up, and we will continue to promote the destination. And the good thing for you as diasporans and even Ghanaians is that when we promote the destination and the visitors come around, we as an authority, we don't provide the service. It's the private sector. They provide the service. They provide the accommodation, the food and beverage enterprises, the entertainment sports, where these visitors spend a lot of money. Now, as I said, we also do research to inform policies. And then also we embark on pilot projects. Now, with respect to the regulatory rule, what we do is that we register and license all these tourism enterprises. Once you are licensed by Ghana Tourism Authority, what it means is that you will be on our website, www.visitghana.com, which is accessible to the entire world. Everybody will know that you are a licensed operator and will feel comfortable dealing with you. And as my colleague also indicated earlier on, per the law, we have to regulate you. And when we regulate you, we ensure that you maintain quality standards, which will generate positive referral for you as an establishment and also for the destination. So we conduct routine inspection at least once a year to make sure that you maintain quality standards, which, as I said, will inure to your individual benefit and the destination as a whole. Again, the diaspora community, we've supported them a lot. In fact, for a considerable period, the diaspora community has contributed significantly towards the tourism industry. It dates back to when we started Panafest in '94. A lot of this, our brothers and sisters who came from diaspora decided not to go back. And they have invested in the accommodation sector particularly. If you go to Central region, you have One Africa, Mabel Stable, Almond Tree, quite a number of them. And in the travel trade, we have Lantos, a prominent tour operator, not just for Ghana, but for the entire West Africa sub-region. So the diasporans have really contributed to the tourism industry individually, and collectively, they also work with Beyond the Return Secretariat to provide safe and clean water for communities, about 50 communities. They've dug boreholes for these communities. They've even built school at Akosombo, and I think at Akropon Blind, School for the Blind, there too they dug the borehole. So the diaspora community have really, really contributed to this economy. Now, the investment opportunities, they exist in all the tourism enterprises I've enumerated. For instance, if you talk of the accommodation sector, we have limited number of quality rooms. In this case, I'm referring to the upmarket hotels, the 3 to 5 star. In the entire country, we have just about 46 of such hotels. But you know, if you're going to promote the destination for MICE, meetings, incentives, conventions, and events, just like we are seeing now, then you need quality rooms. So it's an area that the investment opportunity exists. And it's not just that. Even in the multi-purpose facilities, conference facilities, event centers, banquet halls, and so on and so forth, as well as the travel trade, especially the car hire service, coaches, as well as the water sports activities, cruising. Let's say from cruising, imagine cruising all the way from Accra to Elmina Castle and cruising back, particularly in the night. That would be a magnificent experience for every visitor. So these investment opportunities exist. And I'll urge you, particularly the diaspora community, to take advantage of it. I think I'll end here, and when the questions come up, we'll try and respond to it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. Let's give it up for our lovely panelists, shall we? So they have told us a lot. They've given us lots and lots of information. So now is the perfect opportunity for you to get some of your questions to them. So I am going to ask that if you do have a question, for you to go into the microphones in the middle of the room. However, please, before you ask your questions, please make your questions short and concise, straight to the point, so that they can give you specific answers. And then also you have to be following Goober Careers and Goober Enterprise on Instagram. Make sure that you're tagging us in all of your posts so that those that are not here get the opportunity to learn as well. And also let them know that we are live streaming today's event as well. So we are going to start with some questions. We're going to start over there. Please, your name and who you would like to direct your question to. A little bit louder, please, if you can speak into the microphone. Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Latasha Baruti, and my question is for James Datsy. Is there a requirement now, or do you foresee in the near future that all land that is sold must be registered first? Because it seems that if all land is registered and on file, you know, no one would get in trouble. Good.
Thank you so much for your question. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Before I answer the question, I just want to say that 1D, 1F, tourism, all of them take place on land. And we facilitate the registration of all of these. You can't go to the bank. You can't have a bankable project when your documents, your land documents are not registered. Absolutely. So that's by way of information. Now to your question. Yes, it is that it will make transactions easier. You do a search, you know the person who has registered it. Fortunately for us, we now have a Land Act, the Land Act of the year 2020, Act 1036, which spells out all the laws and all the regulations that we need to know on land. In fact, I have a copy here, and I also brought 10 copies of the Land Act to give to Guba. I don't know how they will share it, but I brought you 10 copies. It spells out all that, the regulations relating to land. And it says, and just to answer your question, that all our customary lands, and you know the customary lands are 80% of the lands in Ghana. 80% of the lands are owned by the traditional sector and managed by them. The law requires that all your boundaries, your entire land boundary, must first be registered before you can begin to transact, or you can begin to sell or lease to people. So that will address your concern. And then also, we are embarking on a project we call the systematic titling, where we take area by area, and we will be registering all titles on all these areas. And the Lands Commission is embarking on a massive reform project. We call it the PPP, the Public-Private Partnership, engaging the private sector, where the entire country is going to be mapped and recorded. So every parcel of land will have it recorded. We'll have what we call the spatial information, that is a map. We will link it up with the attribute information, that is everything else to do with it. Who is the owner? Who is the occupant? Has it been leased out? What is the land being used for? All of these. We are developing what we call the land information system, which will address all these concerns. Of course, the only way that what we have in our records may be altered is when, for example, somebody goes to court to challenge the ownership that we have recorded. And once the court determines who the owner is, and it is not the one we have in our records, then based on the judgment, we will have to amend our records. Or when you have registered and you transfer your title to another person, then we'll record it, and then we'll have, there's something we call the root of title. It will show all the transactions up to date on a particular parcel of land. These are the measures that we are taking. We are also doing a lot of our transactions online. So for example, if you want to do a search now, you would have to, the plan that you are submitting for the search, you submit it online, you do your payment online. Even if you bring a side plan to do a search, you come to our office, they have some tablets there, they will scan it, and then they will process it in their computerized environment. So these are some of the measures that we think that the public, especially those in the diaspora, need to know that we are really moving forward at all our transactions. Very soon, we are going to do them online through the land information system. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Awesome. Oh, please, can we give them a proper round of applause?
Yeah.
That answer deserves a round of applause, right? Amazing. Thank you so much.
My question is for my lady from the Register General's office. You shocked me, because I was running around. I'm always telling young people to patent and register their ideas, and they're always looking at me like, where do we do that in Ghana? That kind of thing. So I'm sending them to Zimbabwe, not knowing that you're sitting here. You are my new best friend. So at the end of this thing here, just find me, I'll find you. You will begin to hate me because I have like 300 mentees that need to do this with the copywriting, but we have a copyright office. So do you work with them? What's the relationship? What's happening there?
Yes, the copyright registration deals with literal work like music, books, not the company that will produce the books, but the content of the books itself is registered at the copyright office. It's all part of intellectual property, but that one is distinct because they do more literal work. So the copyright office is opposite the Tigo
Yeah,
office.
I know where they are.
Yes, so if you want to register your music, all those things, you have to go there. But we do more of the logo, the designs, and the patent innovations, and all that. So,
Inventions.
yes, invention.
Oh.
Yes. So if you have any invention, like the young man who wanted to use leaf to do diesel, he couldn't finish it. It's a novelty, something unique. So we do the patent examination, and then you go through the process. The challenge that people have is it's a secret something. So you will meet our attorneys, and then you put your idea. We need the abstract, the claims, how you came by it. It's cogent because you cannot steal somebody's invention, the process and the procedure, because out of that we get the manuals. So if you are not able to give us how you are coming by it becomes difficult. People have other things, but if you are not able to tell us systematically how you came by
Exactly.
it will be difficult to register because, as I said, out of that we get the manual. If the thing gets spoiled, we are able to repair it with the manual. So people have the ideas, but they don't want to let us know how they came by it, how they did the invention. So with that, you cannot register.
Exactly.
But if you are open and you put the abstract down, then we'll help you document it.
Do you have people that know how to do schematics? Because I have young people, they have the idea, but schematics, working on how it looks, what
What's
it
in the
does.
drawings?
Drawings,
We don't do
schematics.
that. You will do it. As I said, it's secret.
But
So
do
you
you-
have to make sure that you trust the person.
Do you have people that can help with that?
No, we don't. You come with it and then we keep it a secret. So we go through the patent examination to Switzerland and complete it. So how you bring it is your issue. We just want the abstract, the claim, everything documented, and we'll keep it private. It doesn't go out.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that question. I actually do have a follow-up question in regards to the IPs. So can that process be done online? And I think maybe some people are wondering, how long does that process take? How much does it cost to register your IP, aside from the business, of course?
Is the trademark. And with the trademark, you have to do a search. I always tell people because of the litigation and the people stealing people's ideas and all that, you need to do a search. You write to the registrar of trademark, and then you pay the search fee of 110. And when the search is conducted and the name, the trading name is available, then we will write back to you telling you that the name is available. So you can give us your design on 4 pieces, a size like this. You bring it to us. And when you do that, then you complete the application form and then you pay another, is it 150, $200, sorry, $200. When that goes through, because it's international standard, we go to the Aripo and then WIPO. We go to Zimbabwe, follow. Pay for the search is $110.
Oh, that one too is dollars?
Yes, trademark, everything is dollars.
Okay.
No, $110 CD equivalent, and we use the Bank of Ghana rates. Yes, and then the application is $200, and then the publication, when everything goes through, we publish it. Publication is also $200, and then you get your certificate, which is renewable after every 10 years.
Okay, so the process takes approximately
Between 6 months to 3 years if there's no contention. Because it's logos, we are careful. And trademark is done country by country. So sometimes somebody will be sitting in America and has already registered a product. So you think it's a design or it's something that nobody knows. But surprisingly, they use other attorneys to register on their behalf. So we are careful with the search. We do it through Zimbabwe. We do it through Switzerland, WIPO. So it's a little complex. That's why we need some time. So we don't rush. We do the Aripo and then, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. Oh, we have some more questions. Okay, so we're gonna go over to our lady over there.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning.
My name is Carlia Lawson. I'm the owner of The Garden and the Sea. I moved here from Dallas, Texas 1 year and 3 months ago. Like many others, I saw Ghana, I discovered Ghana through YouTube. And so I have been to Africa before, but specifically Ghana came to me through YouTube. And so I bought into the message. I bought into the promise. I bought into the offer. and I picked up and came here. My question, well, let me make another comment. um, Originally and now, I came here to be an exporter because I did my research. I didn't just come here on a whim. I researched what each one of your organizations suggested I look into before I came here to look into opening a business. So I chose to be an exporter. I chose to be an agro-processor. By trade in the US, I am a project manager. I'm stating that so that you know I'm very organized, efficient, and I live my life by process. So I was very deliberate in everything I did before I came here. Since I've been here, I've had nothing but trouble. And I just want to tell the truth and shame the devil here today. I think we get sold this romanticized picture of Ghana, and then we get here and we see what time it is. I completed my application for the Ghana Free Zone Authority over 1 year ago, before I stepped foot on the continent. My application has been sitting in the office for over 1 year. I've passed every requirement. I've met with the EPA, I've met with the GRE, I've met with the GIPC. Whatever acronym you have, I've met you. Some of the panelists that are here today, I respectfully want to tell you that most of you I never heard of until one of your field representatives came into my shop and shook me down for money. The average person can't go through what I've been through. And so I don't really know what I'm here for today, but somebody needs to tell me something, because my money and my time is here and I'm not going anywhere. So somebody needs to give me something.
That's right. That's right.
So my question is, when I formally went through the correct process of registering my business with the Revenue Authority, why aren't your as evolved as Ghana is? I have been to other countries here on the continent. As evolved as Ghana is, why aren't your systems integrated? If I register with the if I register my business, with the registration, why does GIPC not have my information? Why does GRA not have my information? Why does anybody else not have my information? Why are you sending your field people into my restaurant to embarrass me and harass me? I don't understand it. I have even had to change my business model because I'm waiting on the Ghana Free Zone Authority. I'm literally waiting. I've been waiting. So I had to do something. So all of my products that I manufactured, because I studied 1D, 1F before I came here. Okay, so all of my products that I manufactured, I couldn't export them. I had to pack them in my suitcase and fly them to Dallas myself. That's how I'm exporting right now. So because I'm waiting on the Free Zone Authority to literally stamp my license, because I've already gone through all your requirements, I had to figure something out. I'm resourceful. So I started taking my products and implementing them into food. I had to come up with another idea why I'm here. I'm a vegetarian. That's what I know how to do. So I started taking my products and putting it into vegetarian recipes. So now I have entered into the food industry. So I got a visit from the Ghana Tourism Authority, okay, for some money. I got a visit from the Ghana Revenue Authority for money. I've gotten visited from different municipal agencies for money. So you want me to be compliant, but you need to be compliant.
Thank you so very much for that. We don't have anyone from the Ghana Free Zone
Yeah.
Authority, but can any of
Let
you
me just
yeah, shed
for her,
light?
it's a practical case. So after this, we can meet and then we will see how it will be resolved. Because I don't have any information about this. As you said, GIPC, free zones. Let me just take this opportunity to just talk about the free zones. The free zones, when you go into the enclave or you want to be registered as a free zone enterprise, the underlying principle is that 70% of your final produce will be exported, while 30% will be circulated in the local market. If you want 30% in the local market, you can do it. If you want to export, you can do it. But for us, as the 1D1A, we are not the catch thing is that you use local raw materials. If you don't have local raw materials and you want to import, we work with you to see if we can have the backward integration so that within maximum 1 to 2 years we have a company or you yourself going into the backward integration. But I can assure you, we have moved on as a country. Right now, we have individual issues that we are also trying to resolve. That is why the digital platform has become so serious for the government and for every institution. My colleagues were talking about it. At the Ministry of Trade, we have what we call the Business Regulatory Reforms, BR, trying to get a platform that every institution into the business activities will be able to upload all their things. So whatever information you need by a click, so that you don't need anybody to come to you to be asking for anything. And please, we are sorry for this because we have moved on as a nation. Thank you very much.
The Registrar General's Department is a one-stop center. For now, we even do the Ghana card there. If you want to register your business, we don't want you to struggle. So the center is there where you get your Ghana card that same day. And then besides that, we even brought SNET to Registrar General so that after registering the company, you can register. The initial registration is just there for the first step because the various departments have their offices, which definitely you have to go there. But at the incipient stages, you can register. GRA office is at Registrar General. We were having SNET, they went back, but I think they will come back. We even designed a desk for AMA. So when you register, we add you to the district where the neighborhood where your business is, and then you receive messages from the AMA. And besides that, we are trying to go to with trade. It's a collaboration between the Registrar General and Trade with the business centers is to use the district. So everywhere you go, you can have your business registered. Initial stages for SNATE and other things can start, but the actual thing you have to go to their office. That one I think is done everywhere. You cannot have it done, but you can start the process and then you can proceed to their office later. So that is what we've done at our office, the one-stop center at the Registrar General's office. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so very much for that. Okay, we're gonna move on over here.
Hi, my name is Solace Owumi, and I am a data privacy attorney. So one of the things that I realized coming to Ghana was that it's very difficult to access information. And as you guys are speaking, I'm hearing a lot of digitalization. But I want to know, because a lot of the information that was given here through a GUBA sponsored event, it's not information that is easily accessible to the public. And so, but the more I hear you guys speak, the more I'm thinking this is public information that should be somewhere. And so I'm thinking, I haven't really heard a plan or know who to talk to about what you guys have in terms of data centralization, data protection, data privacy in general. Because if you're going to be collecting data, or I hear about the offices where you can go provide your data and be given the Ghana card or any other thing that needs to be done here, even in terms of, my question actually even came from Mr. Dadson's speech earlier. And I am thinking with the information system that you're talking about, Nobody knows when it's going to go into effect. Nobody knows what the plan is surrounding it. How do we get this information? Is there an all hands on deck type of initiative that you guys have planned so that we know there's accountability in terms of we have a time frame where this is going to be done, where we're going to have this information. We can just be able to go online, get this information, go to the right representative, go to the right person and get what we need to get done. Like our sister spoke about the fact that her information has been in an office for over a year. She doesn't have a progress report. She doesn't know what is going on with her paperwork. And that needs to be something that's changing because, like she said correctly, Ghana is more evolved than a lot of the African countries. A lot of countries have been in the technology phase for a while now. Why are we still where we are? What is the plan?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Maybe what I didn't say is that we have an enterprise land information system, the LS system, in place currently at the Lands Commission. What we are doing is, for these things, every major project you need to pilot. And so we've done a pilot of Accra and Tema, there are 3 districts between Accra and Tema that we've done the piloting on. And so areas like Ridge, Abelempe, Jowulu, and all of them, we have been able to scan and digitize all the land records on these areas. And so whatever we do, it is not through the manual system any longer. It is just through a fully integrated computerized system that we use at the Lands Commission. But that is at the pilot level. We're going to roll it out across the 16 regions of the country. What we want to do is to have one standard across the board, that you don't go to Cape Coast and have a manual system and then go to Tamale and have a digital system. We want to be able to sit in Accra and do a search on property in Tamale. That is where we are heading to. We know we have our own challenges in some other areas where the land ownership is a monopoly, or let me say one system. So if you go to Tema, for example, it is TDC that owns and manages all the lands in Tema. So it makes it easier. But you come to other places in Ghana, you have the stools, sometimes even the boundary issues are not clear and all of that. Moving forward, we are requiring through the Land Act that every customary land area should have a customary land secretariat, so that all of their records will be managed with the help of the Office of Administrator of Stool Lands and the Lands Commission, to help them to have a standard way of managing their records. So the situation where one chief abdicates or dies, another one comes, and all lands that are not developed, they assume that the lands don't have owners, and then they begin to sell. All of those things will be a thing of the past. You can actually do a search at these customary land secretaries, and the information that you get there will be as current as the information that you get at the Lands Commission. And we're going to digitize all of these. As I said, the pilot has been successful, and we are going to go big bang across the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And from what I understand, GRA businesses can register online as well, right? Okay. Okay, sorry, microphone. Yeah.
So everything is done online. Our forms are online, and you can process your registration online, renewal. You can do it online. You can also walk in, but we are trying to minimize that so that you can do the online registration.
Amazing. And GRA, can we file our taxes online yet?
Yeah, thank you very much.
No.
Paying taxes is not so easy. So what we have done as GRA is that we have put in place the enabling environment to ensure that compliance is actually achieved.
Okay.
So you can pay online, you can file online.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can? Yeah. Okay. Because I mean, I get the text. GRA is really good with the text messages about your taxes due. That one, you guys did a really good job.
No, we think that we should use many platforms
Yeah.
Rich Ashok.
When it comes to money, they will collect it. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have two final questions and then we're going to take a break.
Hi, my name is Michael Kobina. I'm a healthcare professional. I just want to add to that registration question. Is it can you tell us how long it takes to register a business? Because it seems that the process keeps going on, and so is there an expectation that you register a business and you take 6 months to process, rather than not knowing how long it takes? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. We'll take the second question and then let's see.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Kurt Lucian. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago via the United States. I came in about a month ago under ADDI coming into Wakanda One and extended my stay so I can travel throughout Ghana to learn more. It's my first time on the continent, first time in Ghana, to learn more about the country because I fell in love with the country. It's similar to the Caribbean, climate-wise, people-wise, beautiful people, great people. For me to take my money and invest in a country, because as a diaspora, we want to see Africa rise to its rightful place. We have resources that we can team up with our brothers and sisters on the continent with to help explode what they already know, because they have the knowledge on the ground. They know what it is to actually do business here. So I've been to Tamale, I've been to India, I've been east, west, north, and south, something many Ghanaians haven't even done living here, which is different, but whatever. So in my month's travel, sitting with kings, sitting with chiefs, sitting with farmers, sitting with politicians, MPs, I've got a lot of knowledge, and it's like, wow, it's amazing to be here in Ghana at this point in time. He asked one of my questions I was going to ask about a time frame for the business. So I'll follow up with my second question. Is a matter of, back in the US, I do digital marketing. I've teamed up with a Ghanaian who expat from Australia, and he's into the fintech business. We're looking to team up to help farmers and do different things as a starting point, because there's just so many entry points. What is the new requirement for diasporian coming into Ghana, working, teaming up with a Ghanaian citizen to, what is the capital new requirements? What is the new, because I know it was at one point $500,000, and due to the fact that I think Uganda dropped their own to like 50,000 US, they were thinking now, what is the new standard for coming in and setting up a business in Ghana?
So much for that question. So we'll take the question and then we'll take some more questions as well.
Okay, so let me just start with the gentleman and go back. If you want to register a business and you are doing trading as a foreigner, is $1 million. I'm told the act will be changed. And then because that is based on the GIPC Act, Section 28 requires that if you are doing trading, you need $1 million. And you have to do retail, because they want to reserve the small retailing for indigenous people, the sole proprietorship to do that. And then if you're a foreigner coming to do trading, you need $1 million. If you're a foreigner doing services, that is construction, IT, you need $500,000 to start business until the act is changed. It's a process ongoing. So I don't know, but as at now, it's $500,000 if you are doing services. If it's a joint business, foreigner Ghanaian services, you need $200,000. And that $200,000 represent 90% for the foreigner, and the 10% is for the Ghanaian. Of course, you also have to proceed and go to GIPC because they are there for the foreigner's interest, how you acquire properties, how you go around doing business. We facilitate the registration, the legalities, and then GIPC will assess the foreigner. So it is mandatory for a foreigner to register your business at the Registrar General, and then you proceed how you acquire business, how you start your business, so that they guide you. But most often, they register and then they start. They don't want to go to GIPC, but that's why they are there, to give you the quotas that you need, because every amount that you pay goes for a certain quota. And as you are even bringing in other expatriates, you need to go to them because you need to meet a certain standard. You need to employ some people. So after Registrar General, you need to go to GIPC. But most importantly, you need to go to GIPC, do all your feasibility study before you even come and register. You don't have to just rush and come and do the paperwork. You need to know what goes wrong. What is the interest for the foreigner? What do I need to do? How many Ghanaians do I need to employ? What do I do? The free zone areas. Because if you don't do the right thing, you go around and it will hit you again. So it's cogent and important that all foreigners go to GIPC because of your interest. But the minimum capital is $200,000, which will just give you one quota. Services, $500,000, and then $1 million for the foreigner alone if you are doing trading. If you are adding a Ghanaian for trading, then that 1 million will represent 90% for the foreigner. The 10% will be for the Ghanaian. So that is the minimum capital and the maximum capital. Besides that, the lady also asked of the duration. If you don't have any challenges with the registration documents, within 5 days to 10 days, you should have your documents. The challenge that we have is that people now give us wrong digital address. You see the address, Takwa, and then they just stand there. I don't know whether they guess. So the system sometimes rejects the document. You know, it doesn't let us proceed with the document. So in as much as possible that you want to register, make sure that you give us accurate data. People fill the form and then the tax identification number, what we call the TIN, they leave 10. So in that case, it's going to delay the document. So accurate data, the act says that if you don't give us accurate data, the document will be rejected. The law allows us to reject documents that are not accurate. Our new Companies Act has given us lots of powers. Soon we will publish companies in good standing. And then companies that are in our old database, we've done a lot of publicity. The Registrar General is always making announcements, come and migrate to our new system. All those companies will be wiped off, and it will take you 12 years to come back. Yes, when we strike you off our database, you can't use the name again. So if you're a serious business, you have to renew. You have, as I said, you have to be visiting us when there are changes, because our vision states that we want to be strategic partners to all businesses. That's our vision. That's the Registrar General vision, to become strategic partners. So as partners, we need to work together. People do changes, as I said, and they will never inform the Registrar General. They change office, they change directors. Every changes that you do, you have to inform her, because when people come and ask for searches, what is on our database is what we give out. So most often people get information that they think it shouldn't be so. But they don't know that because they haven't informed us, the old data is still what we have. So the searches doesn't tally with what they have given to their business partners. So I will encourage that in as much as possible, we should try and update we are your friends. I mean, you can come there. Offices are open. You can come there and do all the changes that you have to. It's very cogent for us. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. From my colleague from US, the question that you asked about the investment opportunities for the 1D, 1F, after you have addressed all the things, if you are coming into the manufacturing under one district, one factory, you can be 100% foreign owned. If you want to be a partner with a Ghanaian or joint venture, you can do it. And the shareholding structure would show you how much you have to pay. Then when it comes to some of the incentives that you can get under the 1D, 1F, I talk about the exemptions. for all your capital goods and the raw materials that you need to do your processing. 2, you have 5 years of corporate tax free, 5 years of withholding tax free, and then you can also repatriate all your profits or dividends, which might accrue from your manufacturing. And apart from this, we also have the quota system, depending on the quantum of capital that you bring. So we can be able to tell you that you can bring the repatriate to help you. So all these things are available, and we can also talk about it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so very much. We have 2 more questions in here, and then we're going to take some online questions, and then we're going to take a break. So go over to you, ma'am.
Hello. It's just a quick question. I just wanted to find out, I meet a lot of people, and this question always comes up. So you're married to a Ghanaian. You've been married for a number of many years. You've had your children, and they all have their passports. How can the wife also get the Ghanaian passport? I know a story of a family that they've been married for about 19 years, and when they applied for their passport, the wife was told that they are waiting to see if they've married for the right reasons. Meanwhile, they have been nearly 20 years married and have a number of children. But anyway, so I just wanted to find out what is the simplicity of the process and also how long it takes. I don't know if that's a question that is applicable to the registrar. I'm not sure.
So I think that's more of like an immigration question. Okay. So maybe we'll try to see if we can get you someone from the immigration office that you can speak to, but that is an immigration question. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the Diaspora office is also going to be here later on today, so you can also speak to them, and they'll be able to help you with that question as well. Thank you so much. Sir?
My name is Francis. I have 2 questions, and I'm from Canada. There's a lot of questions I have on my mind, but hopefully I'll be able to get some answers after this meeting. I have a real estate investment company, and about 5 years ago, my friends and we decided to start looking into Ghana. As I speak to you now, the plan has changed because of land acquisition issues and things like that. So I started a farming company at the end of the day because I realized it was easy for me to talk to the chief and get a land that nobody needs it. I just want to understand if you could please explain, is there any better way or easy way to buy land in Ghana that probably there will be no issues after you buy it? And if you can actually tell me maybe the office or something like that, maybe it would do a good help to me, to be honest. It's been very difficult. I was on the Zoom meeting some time ago, and I was asking the same questions, and somebody said, try and come over and meet some friends, build some network here, and that's why I'm here today. I also want to thank Denta and the team. Some of us, when we decided to come to Ghana, our parents told us that if you go there, witchcrafts will kill you. So we didn't know what to do, but it almost looked like they are succeeding because we're not doing well. So thank you guys for always putting out the videos there because that's what keeps us, coming back. My second question goes to the 1DF. Not so much into my farming stuff here, but can anybody do, I could see that there's a lot of information on your platforms as to how one can build the business in partnership with the government of Ghana and all that. But if someone comes as a private and want to do well, there seems to be no much information for that person to succeed as an individual. When you were talking, I was listening and hoping that, there will be some direction in that regard, but there was nothing like that. So if someone want to come here and not have anything to do with the government, brings their own money and finance their own project, how can they succeed irrespective of the project that they choose to do. I think most of us, before we come here, we do extensive research, to be honest with you, because we know the Ghana which we were born into. But irrespective of the research, we come and there's still more confusion. So if some clarification can come on that regard, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll take the final question and then we'll hand it over. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Precious Hannah and I'm a YouTuber here in Ghana. And my channel is basically about moving from the UK to Ghana and how to make that move and all of that jazz. And I've heard, we've spoken about 1D, 1F and what it's doing for the economy and how it's helping with jobs and stuff like that. And we've also heard a few people mentioning that they found out about Ghana or they saw the beauty of Ghana through YouTube. And there's a lot of young people like myself in this room. There's a lot of people that have started YouTube channels talking about the beauty of Ghana and, making your dreams a reality and all. And I also travel around Ghana a lot. So my question is for, in regards to tourism. So one, how can we use young people like myself that have YouTube channels, social media platforms to continue pushing Ghana, a better Ghana? Another aspect is, for example, like I said, I travel a lot and I've been to a few places. So I would give you an example. A few weeks ago, I took a group of young people from the diaspora, from Germany, London, Canada. It was a beautiful trip. We went to Abri Gardens, and then we went to somewhere called Bunso Eco Park. It was a beautiful place. The people, the young ladies I went with were so excited. We get there, we're doing a canopy walk, but nothing, everything is kind of like broken. Everything is, the nails on the canopy, the nails are sticking out and, they're scared. The horses, I know this is very dramatic, but the horses look like they were on their deathbed. And these, honestly, and you don't realize these things, but it's like, we've paid for, they've paid to come and experience these things. So they think they're going on a horse ride. Yeah, I'm gonna go on a horse ride in Eastern region. But the horses, they're too scared to sit on horses because they look like they will collapse. And I'm saying this and it's funny, you're probably wondering where am I going with this? But these are things that are not addressed. And then in 3 years' time, 4 years' time, 5, 10 years' time, we're gonna go to these places like Kakum Park, even in Tamale and all these places, and it's gonna be the same thing. How can we make sure that, because with our YouTube channels and bringing people in, we are bringing in money to the tourism industry. How can we make sure that we are taking people to places and things are being developed, things are improving? Because we're talking about 3 to 5 star hotels, but how can we make sure that when we take people there, they're getting the quality that they paid for? And yes, how can we also support young people, continue promoting it on social media platforms? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question. Okay, so I'm gonna read one question that from our online audience. Thank you so much for being with us. And we promise we will take more questions from you in our next panel. But this question is to the 1D, 1F. Are there other financing sectors than that the One District, One Factory intends to partner with besides the traditional banks, such as the ASH token, which is a cryptocurrency that provides funding for startups? And then the person added that as an FYI, the ASH token is working on funding 12 mineral fiber manufacturing facilities across Ghana that would employ as many as 6,000 direct employees. So that was the question, and that's all the questions. So we're gonna start with One District, One Factory, go to the Lands Commission, and then we'll end with tourism.
Thank you very much. So I'm addressing the question from online. Are there other financial institutions? For now, we have not engaged other financial institutions. We've started with the traditional commercial banks in the country. And then let me come to our gentleman who asked Canada. You were asking about the 1D, 1F, if there will be some information. If you go to the ministry's website, www.moti.gov.gh, you have everything about the 1D, 1F. But whatever I said over here, I've given a copy to Denta. She can forward it to you. But as I said, everything about the 1D, 1F is just a simple process. We just need your business plan and then a request to be part of the 1D, 1F. But like I said, the government is just facilitating. It's you, the private sector, who is doing your own thing. So we are here to facilitate, because we don't want you to be running up and down, not knowing where to go. The land commission, my colleague said it, we will make sure if there's a land issue, we will talk to the people that you are talking to make sure that the land is well registered. If it is processing, food processing, we engage the food FDA, Food and Drugs Authority, is there with you. What we have also done as part of the 1D, 1F, because it's a district base, we have what we call District Implementation Support Team. That means the assembly members, everybody in the district that matters should be able to support you in the processing of your business. I'm giving you a typical example. The company that I talk about in Akomufi, the chief, and this is the beauty about this 1D, 1F. The chief was just there and he was approached by these potential investors that this is what they want to do. They are looking for a place closer to the river where they can also grow bamboo, because their main raw materials is going to be bamboo. And the chief said, they met him on Sunday. Monday, the chief said, meet me at Akomufi and I'll take you to a site. The guys were saying, is he sure? Is he really sure of what he's saying? Because already they have gone around and they have been tossed from one to another. The next morning they met the chief, he took them to the land. He said, how many acres are you looking for? He said, for now we are looking for 5 acres. He said, that is the boundary of the land. Take it. He did not ask for a dime. This is what is happening. We have people who also understand that whatever you do in their district is going to create a number of farmers, the number of indirect people that they will be employed. The chief knows that for now that he has given them a free land, they are also going to pay taxes and other things. It is all going to stimulate the local economy. So if you have some of these chiefs who are doing this, it means that they understand what the government is doing. And you have some of the DCs and then the assembly members who are also spearheading the support of the extension of electricity to this site. So that's what I was saying. You don't come to the ministry for us to waste your time. You rather come and then we look at what are the critical things you are looking for, and then we handle you. Ministry of Energy is supporting us with the release of transformers for companies that are registered under 1D, 1F. We are also asking for the Ministry of Road to also extend roads to some of these districts where the companies are located. So we are working hand in hand with all these people. And then my dear lady who came from UK, took people from Germany and other places. It is a critical issue that you touch on. But like I used to tell the people when I was in UK, all these things are also investment opportunities. All the negative things that you talk about, they are also investment opportunities. If people are not having the right horses, believe you and me, you can get somebody to provide 3 or 4 horses. Next time when you come, you have investment opportunities. I'm telling you, it takes an entrepreneur eye to see all these opportunities. I'm sure the story has been told about 2 people who were sent to go and market shoes. They went to the place. One of them saw that nobody was wearing shoes. They said, what the hell? What am I doing here? Nobody is wearing shoes. So what am I going to do here? And the other guy saw this. He said, wow, what opportunity. Nobody is wearing shoe in this place. So I have a big market and I'm going to make sure that they wear shoe. it is possible. It takes an entrepreneur to have that eye. So whether horses or no horses, whether nails or no nails, there's an opportunity. Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you very much. And before I shift to the land side, I want to just add something similar to what my colleague said. You know, when a chief gives out land for free, you make sure that in Ghana there's something we call asida. You have to thank the chief, whether it's a goat or a bottle of schnapps or whatever, and then that whole transaction must be documented. Because tomorrow that chief will not be there. The new chief will come and say, look, you didn't pay for this land. Come and pay for it. We've lived through these things. So that is something that we need to do. It is for free. Make sure that there's that documentation so that we can. Then on the land thing, this question keeps coming up. How can I get safe land to buy for my diligent with the process? You would, as I said earlier on, that you need to go, you know the kind of land that you want. If you want to do cashew, you identify an area. You would have to find out, you go to the family head and his elders. Now, the thing is that you have to get the necessary documentation from them and do your own searches. You see, there are a lot of situations, and I don't know what your case is. A lot of people come to me, and there are people in this room who have done the same thing. Oh, I have bought this land here, and I'm coming to do a search. I have bought this land, and I want to register it. I start the process, and the land is falling on government land. Straight away, you didn't buy it from government, and so we have a challenge there. Then you will say that I'm frustrated, but you didn't go through the right channel. We keep saying that please do a search. Do a search to determine who the owner. And we even say that after you've done the search, do what we call the ground validation. There may be other people who are built in the area. If Mr. Mensah sold all the 10 houses that you see there, if they all bought it from Mr. Mensah, then you know that you are dealing with the right person. That is if you have approached Mr. Mensah. So it's important that you do a combination of things. There's a ground validation, there's a records at the Lands Commission, then there's the land use information which you will get from the planning authorities at the assemblies. If you do these things, and then there's something also that Ghanaians especially don't do. We don't like to use professionals. We think that the professional will charge me, so I will not use him. But somebody who is a professional surveyor or a valuer or a lawyer, he has his professional license at stake. And so he will do the right diligent steps for you, and then you get the right land use. So let us also cultivate the habit of using professionals so that we can get safe land to deal with. Thank you very much.
So I just have a quick question for that. So how long does it typically take for you to do a land search?
Currently, we're doing searches in 14 days on the average.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it used to be 3 months and over. Okay. But, you know, we have 4 divisions. Searches are typically done in 3 of the divisions. We realize that it's the same Lands Commission. And so the searches are, right now, we call them consolidated search. You do the search, you get one result, but it combines all the divisions. And we are mandated to deliver in 14 days. And that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Fabulous. Final question, tourism. GTA. Done.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I really would like to commend the lady for the question. And that's good information. Thank you so much. But what I will say is that hitherto, tourist sites were not regulated by Ghana Tourism Authority. They were being managed by the owners of those sites. But with the incident at Kintampo, if you all remember, Parliament has therefore passed a law, LI 2393, which mandates the authority to regulate tourist sites. So going forward, all tourist sites will be licensed by Ghana Tourism Authority. Now, before we license you, we conduct inspection to make sure that at least you meet the minimum requirements before you be issued with a valid license, and therefore you can operate. Because if you operate without the valid license, it's an illegal operation. So I'm sure going forward, maybe the next time you come with your friends, you wouldn't have that kind of experience. Yes, that's what I would say with respect to that. But I think you were also saying that how do you post your pictures or get information to us? I didn't get that question very well. I don't know if you can repeat it. Oh, okay. Good. Good. We have been running a scheme where when you visit a site, you take a picture and you send it to our digital unit. We go through it and we select the best of them and we give you an award, which has though elapsed, but we're going to start again. And the digital unit, they put these pictures on the social media. So we want to encourage you to continue to do that because we believe that word of mouth is the most effective marketing tool. If you go to booths and you have pleasant experience there, and you go back and you tell your friends and your relatives, they will believe it far more than what they will find in brochures and other advertising platforms. And therefore, we always want to encourage such promotion from visitors to our tourist sites. I would also like to add to what our colleague from Trade, 1D, 1F, and Registrar General said earlier on, with respect to talking to them before registering a company, talking to GRPC. The same applies to tourism. What we've experienced over the years is that a building that they intend to use as a hotel, and when they are almost through with the building, that's when they come to Ghana Tourism Authority that we are coming to register and license. And when you go for inspection, you realize that there are quite a number of structural defects. And to correct it requires an awful lot of money. And it's not a good experience for you, the developer, as well as we, the regulator. So we always want to encourage you that when you conceptualize the idea to put up a hotel, please come to the office and we'll give you all the necessary guidance at no cost. I think that would be better than you putting up spending so much money, putting up the structure before you come to us. And when you come, the errors. Meanwhile, asking you to correct the errors too is a lot of money. And when you don't correct the errors too, we can also not issue the license. So I'd like to take this opportunity to urge you that when you conceptualize the idea, talk to us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can we please give it up for our panelists? So today we've heard from the Registrar General, we've heard from One District, One Factory, we've heard from the Lands Commission, we've heard from SNIT, we've heard from GRA, and we've heard from GTA. So now you know exactly where to go to should you have any questions. And really doing the right thing and going through the right channels. Before we go for a short break, thank you so very much to our panelists. Please, yes, so we're done with our panel for today, so you can please go back to your seats. Oh, they should sit. Okay, sorry. Please sit. I apologize. But before we go for a break, I'd like to introduce Ms. Denta, who is the founder and CEO of Google Enterprise, to give us a few words before we go for a break. Can you please give it up for her?
Thank you very, very much for attending today's event. And the reason why we put on this event was exactly those questions that all of you have been having. Through doing the Dentar Show, through doing Guba, we've seen the challenges that the diaspora face when they're trying to come to Ghana. And that's why we birthed the Diaspora Transition Network, which I'll encourage all of you to register today if you haven't already done so. It's important that there is information, and what we're going to be trying to do is give you that information, and that's why we're having this event right here in Ghana. We are going to be having individual talks with them individually, because this is just a kind of a one-day event where it's just kind of dropping, you know, different facts for you to know about what they do. But we are going to be having a talk with the Lands Commission where you guys can have in-depth conversations with them. But it's important for us as diasporans to have patience. Yes, I said the word patience. You have to have patience. And when you look around the next panel that's coming up, when you look at the next panel and they talk about what they've been able to do because they've been patient, it will encourage you. If everything was easy in this life, there'll be no challenges, everything will be sweet as sugar. But there is challenges, and it is still a developing country. If you think Ghana is hard, go to Asia and try to register a company there. It is not easy. But let's have a little more patience for Ghana as we develop Ghana. Do you all agree with me? Because if you look at people who have made it, yes, there's been a struggle and they still go through the struggle. But us diasporans can make that change and make that impact. That's how China was built. Their diaspora came back and they built that nation. We can do it. Yes, I go through it all the time. I still have land problems. I'm calling Mixer Dadson every day. But still, I know that we can get there. So please, 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 please. That's why we're here to support you. You know, I know even with the Diaspora Transition Network, even you diasporans, when we try to tell you register, just pay $50 to register. It's like, you don't want to register, but you go and do the wrong thing, then you come. And we are here to try to support you. How do we survive as a diaspora in Ghana if you guys don't also want to support? We said to everybody, register and get the link for free and watch the event. Only the people that paid here, that came to the event. But guess what? We shared the link. Everybody's watching. Oh, Denta, thank you for the link. Oh, thank you. You didn't want to pay for the link. But this is valuable information that you are getting. How do we survive as people if every day we want things for free? Am I speaking to somebody here? Guys, we all have work to do. They have work to do, the government have work to do. We as individuals have work to do. How much are you supporting your brother or sister's work? So let's have that mindset. It's not easy, trust me. There's been moments where I want to move back to London as well. But I just think, Charlie, life is better here. Life is definitely better here. When you think about what's happening in the US, what's happening in UK, you're like, you know what? Let me take a deep breath and let me go again. You can do it. The next panel will show you that you can do it. So please be encouraged. There are pit holes that you will go in there and you will fall in there and you don't want to come back. But let's start. The diasporans, we are the key to change in this country. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
You can do it. Amazing. Thank you so very much. And I'm so excited. Thank you so very much for being here today. So we are going to take a very short break. We will be back in here with our next panel at 1:30. If you go in the foyer, there are some snacks and refreshments. Sorry, upstairs. There are some snacks and refreshments there for you. Please, reminder, we cannot eat in this room, so you would have to have everything upstairs before you come at 1:30. Until then, enjoy your break, and please be sure to tag us at Goober Careers and Goober Enterprise on all social media platforms. And yes.
Le soleil s'est levé du fond de nos âmes. Dans ce bungalow qui danse sur les larmes des dieux. Les étoiles de la nuit ont entendu soupirer. Comme des frissons dans les entrailles de l'éternité. C'est un rêve qui se révèle et l'aigle chante je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, I love you so. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les bras du ciel. Dans l'océan de tes yeux, je vois un arc-en-ciel. Je me noie dans ton miel. Aïe, 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 aïe. Aïe, 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 aïe. Regarde là-bas, au gré des vents, les mamelles de l'univers allaitent le temps. Et tu seras la mère de mes enfants. Oui, tu seras la mère de mes enfants. Et tu seras la mère de mes enfants. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les bras du ciel. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les bras du ciel. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les ailes du ciel. Aïe, 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 aïe. Aïe, 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 aïe. Aïe, 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 aïe. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les bras du ciel. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les bras du ciel. Le soleil s'est réveillé dans les ailes du ciel. Aïe, 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 aïe. Aïe, 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 aïe. From Zion, I see. Get ready, 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 ready to rock. We are the rockers from Zion, every coast. We're ready, 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 ready to rock. We sing Coco, Coco, it's Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Somebody is working out the sound system. The sound system. Say Jaja rhythm. Jaja rhythm. You're moving through space and time. Brother, don't fear, ain't got no fear. It's beating down the best line. Why don't you get on board the Zion Express? You're saying Coco, Coco, it's Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Rasta yeah. Coco, Coco now, Coco the rock. Coco, Coco, it's Coco the Rasta. Rockin' up, we gonna rock you. In the night, in the day, up, We burn the wreck your soul. Be positively moving up. Oh, within your time. No matter what you say or do, Japan will rock you down. That's why we saying Coco, Coco, it's crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Coco, Coco now, crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Rockin' African, I rock you. In the night, in the day, yeah. We body rock your soul. We positively moving up. Oh, within your time. No matter what you say or do, jump on the rock and down. That's why we're saying Coco, Coco, it's crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Rasta land. Coco, Coco now, crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Coco, Coco now, crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Coco, Coco now, crocodile. Coco, Coco, it's crocodile Rasta. Coco, Coco now, crocodile. America, 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 break the neck of this apartheid. America, 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 break the neck of this apartheid. This apartheid system is Nazism, Nazism, Nazi. This apartheid system is Nazism, Nazi, them a Nazi. This apartheid system is Nazism, Nazi, them a Nazi. Nazi war in Europe. Today, 1985. Hitler on a rise in South Africa. America, America, America. I say, break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. You got to break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. I say, break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. I say, break the neck of this apartheid. Nazi war in Europe. Today, 1985. Hitler on a rise in South Africa. America, America, America. I say, break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. You got to break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. I say, break the neck of this apartheid. America, America, America. You got to break the children, I say. 'Cause black and white, we are all the same. 'Cause black and white, we are all the same, I say. America, 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 I say, break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 you got to break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 I say, break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 I say, break the neck of this appetite. America, 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 you got to break the neck of this appetite. I wonder why the fighting war. Said I wonder why, man, why the fighting war. Oh, come back, Jesus, come back, light. Come back, Jesus, my Lord, come back, love. Oh, come back, Jesus, come back, light. Come back, Jesus, Jesus, my Lord, come back, Lord. Peace and love, peace and love. Jesus, Jesus, peace and love. Oh, my Jesus, my sweet Jesus, my heart, Jesus, my soul is for you. Your drops coming through. Why the fighting war? I wonder why the fighting war? Said I wonder why now, why the fighting war? Come back, Jesus, come back, light. Come back, Jesus, my Lord, come back, Lord. They come back, Jesus, come back, light. They come back, Jesus, Jesus, my Lord, come back, Lord. Peace and love now. Jesus, Jesus, bring peace and love. Oh, my Jesus, my sweet Jesus, my oh, Jesus, my soul is for you. Oh, teardrops coming through. Come and light, come and love, come and light. Love, 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 we need love, sweet love now. We need you, unity. That's what the wise men say. Unity. That's what the other men say. Unity. That's what you say. But I wonder why they're fighting war. So tell me why they're fighting war. Can someone tell me why now? Why they're fighting war? Come back, Jesus. Come back, Lord. Come back, Jesus, my Lord. Come back, light. So come back, come back, Lord. Peace and love, and peace and love. And Jesus, Jesus, with peace and love. Come back, my sweet Jesus. My Lord Jesus, my soul is for you. Perhaps coming from. You are the mighty one. You are the mighty one. You got to be 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 the one. You are the mighty one. You are the mighty one. You got to be the mighty one. You got to be the mighty one. Only the strong survive themselves. Weak heart dies in misery. Only the strong survive themselves. I don't wanna die in poverty. Give I, all I need ya. Give me a warm that you're my son. Give I, all I want right now. Give me high that you're my wine. Chocolate, chocolate shining bright, bright on me all the way. Yeah. Only the strong survive themselves. Weak heart dies in misery. Only the strong survive themselves. I don't wanna die in poverty. Give I, all I need ya. Give me warm that you're my son. Give I, all I want right now. Give me high that you're my wine. Chocolate, chocolate shining bright, brighter than me. I'll be right. Come on. Yeah. Only the strong survive themselves. Weak heart dies in misery. Only the strong survive themselves. I don't wanna die in poverty. So give I all I need, yeah. Give me one that you're my soul. Give I all I want right now. Give me high that you're my wine. Chocolate, chocolate now. Yeah. Chocolate shining bright, brighter than me. I'll be yeah. Come on. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Rabba Yerushalayim. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Rabba Yerushalayim. From the Bible to the Quran, Revelation in Jerusalem, Shalom, Salam Alaikum. You can see Christians, Jews, and Muslims living together and praying, Amen. Let's give thanks and praises. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Rabba Yerushalayim. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Rabba Yerushalayim. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Israël Yakirati. Israël Yakirati. Ani Oevota. Israël Yakirati. Israela yakirati. Israela yakirati. Israela yakirati. Ani oevota. Israela yakirati. From the Bible to the Quran, Revelation time, Shalom, Salam Alaikum. You can see Christian, Jews, and Muslims living together and praying, Amen. Let's give thanks and praises. Baruch Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Baruch Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Israel yakirati. Israel yakirati. Ani oevota. Israel yakirati. Israel yakirati. Israel yakirati. Israel yakirati. Ani oevota. Israel yakirati. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know we've still got a number of people yet to come in, but can we please take a seat as quickly as possible and let's get this second session underway. Thank you. I need to take your details. Thanks. Okay, so let's take a seat. I'm going to get some of the ladies to try and bring in those from outside.
Obi Febi, Oti Fessini, Obi Danobi, Obi Jambassini. Vive le président, abat le président. Vive le général, abat le général. Obey Bola Mogo Keleneda, Obey Bola Jekeleneda. Politiki Mani. Politiki Colombare, Wanye Farati, Politiki Colombari. Obetere fo kila yere sanfe, katere fo kila jigi. Obetere fo kila yere sanfe, katere fo kila jigi. Obetere fo, katere fo kila yere sanfe, katere fo kila jigi. Video ho, why panka with it? Why panka with it? Why pam panka with it? Politiki mani, politiki colombare, wanye farati, politiki colombari. Obi baby, Oti Fessini, Obi Danobi, Obi Jambassini. Vive le président, abat le président. Vive le général, abat le général. Obey Bola Mogo Keleneda, Obey Bola Jekeleneda. Politiki Mani, Politiki Colombare, Wanye Farati, Politiki Colombari. Obetere pochi la yere sape, katere pochi la gigi. Obetere pochi la yere sape, katere pochi la gigi. Obetere po, katere pochi la yere sape, katere pochi la gigi. With you. panka were, mwaye pam pam panka were. Tongiri la ninte kola bandaye, ayem bila metaso, niye tununye sobagiri, ina banka no sitama, niye tununye sobagiri, ina banka no sitama, meta marosene, meta kabasene, meta kusene, meta wososene, ni barana, barana koro, banane, banan koyo, barana, banana koro, banane, banan koyo, kalo sala, kalo masaya, daraka garanti, kalo sala, kalo masaya, tere la garanti, kalo sala, kalo masaya, sula garanti, meta marosene, meta kabasene, meta kusene, meta wososene, ani barana, barana koro, banane, banan koyo, barana, barana koro, banane, banan koyo. Tongiri la nite kola bandaye, ayem bila metaso, niye tununye sobagiri, ina banka no sitama, niye tununye sobagiri, ina banka no sitama, meta marosene, meta kabasene, meta kusene, meta wososene, ni barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana, na, 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 barana, na, 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 barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana, na, 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 barana, na, 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 barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro, barana, barana koro, banane, banan koro.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How was your lunch? Snack? Good? Are we all filled up? Amazing. So I'm happy that you're filled up because now you're filled up for some real hard truth about doing business in Ghana. And there's gonna be a lot of there's gonna be a lot of ooh, there's gonna be a lot of ah. Because we're gonna have an amazing panelists that are going to share their experience, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful the beautiful process of it all. But before we get to that, I do want to give a very big shout out to our sponsors. Again, EcoBank for giving us the space to be here today, the British High Commissioner, the Registrar General's Department, Diaspora Affairs Diaspora, I was gonna say Diaspora Affairs Canada, no please. Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, SNIT, GRA, the Land Commission, Ghana Tourism Authority, One District, One Factory, Star Bites that gave us the lovely lunch that we had today, a comfy fruits juice. Oh my God, that juice was so good, y'all. Oh, I can't see. Sorry, y'all. 1 second. Destination Africa, Faustina's Cold Store. Oh, yeah. Okay. CQ Legal and Consulting, Jackson and Co Designs, Ghana Immigration. Oh, these are me. Power to go. And Prodigy Foods. Again, do not forget to tag us Guba Careers, Guba Enterprise on all posts from today, and continue to share with your friends that we are live streaming this event. So, are y'all ready for the hard truth? I think we're going to call this session the hard truth. But it's not called the hard truth. It's called the reality versus the dream. And the diaspora journey, really, like the process of moving from, the diaspora to Ghana and doing business here. And we have Mr. Michael and Abina Richardson, who are founders of the Destination Africa Group. Can we please give them a round of applause as they take the stage? Mr. and Mrs. Up next, we have Vanessa Jackson Kofi, who is the director and interior architect and designer at Jackson and Co Designs. Yes, please, feel free. Next up, we have Mr. Frederick Kobina Aqua, who is the director of operations at Ekumfi Fruits and Juices. Next up, we have Mr. Einstein in team, who is here today on behalf of the Director of the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, Mr. Akwasi Abebio, and he is the Innovation and Engagement Lead. Please give it up. Next up, we have Cynthia Kwaku, who is the founder and managing partner at CQ Legal and Consulting. And finally, we have Miss Cassandra Intiamwa, who is the owner of Prodigy Foods. Give us, yes. Ooh, this is gonna be so good, y'all. I'm so happy. How y'all feeling? Are you prepared to tell the truth? Nothing but the truth. So help you out. Amazing. Okay, so today's our next panel is really around, again, the dream versus the reality. A lot of us have dreams of moving to Ghana. A lot of us are sold dreams of moving to Ghana, but some of you have done it, some of you have been doing it for quite some time. And today we just want you to just be unfiltered with us and give us the real deal. So we're gonna start with Michael and Abina Richardson of Destination Africa Group. So why Ghana? That's my first question to y'all. Why Ghana? Yes, so the microphones are beside you. Everyone should please have one. Okay, perfect.
Hello, can you hear me? Is it loud? Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, excellent. Okay. So the question was, why Ghana?
Why Ghana?
Why Ghana? Because it's the reality versus the dream. I think we'll probably start with the dream. And the dream actually started with Michael. Michael always knew he wanted to move to Ghana. And even when we were courting, I think he made it very clear, we're taking our children to Ghana, and that is that. And so it got to a point, I think we came over here in 2007, and I could see the economy was quite buoyant. It was doing really well. and there was opportunity for us to move here. And I think all too often we had heard the complaints about people had over in the West, with their children, raising them in a society that was hostile, raising them in a society that didn't really sometimes agree with who they were or see their significance in the society. So we started to work towards that. And that's where the reality kicked in. And I think I'll let you continue.
Yeah. So for us, the why initially started off as let's give the children a taste of Ghana. Because for us, we both spent some of our formative years here, and we have fond memories. We remember what it was like to have fried plantain and roasted peanuts and everything, and just being able to meet and experience family. And we wanted the children to have that experience whilst living in the West. And I think as we courted, as time went on, as we got married and the children came, we said to ourselves, you know what, why do it for a year? Why do it for 2? Why don't we make it our home? And we started to plan towards that about 5-6 years ago until today.
Wow, so you've been at this for 5-6 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any regrets?
Not so far.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I do definitely have some more questions, but I'll definitely come back to you. I'm going to hand it over to Vanessa. Sorry, before actually, you said why Ghana. Please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you. Yes, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I think I'll probably start by saying Gooba Group, thank you so much for setting this up. It's just so needed. As a people, we're just so scattered, and we often have conversations where these things are needed to come together as a hub. So Gooba Group, thank you so much initially. I am one half of the Destination Africa group. I'm Abner Richardson. We started Destination Africa up to empower our children to become the leaders of tomorrow. We call the children learners of today, leaders of tomorrow. And we did this primarily because we recognize everything has a cycle, and almost in the near future, we would also become old and expect our children to be able to lead us accordingly. How are we preparing them for that? What kind of a foundation are we giving them? We wanted to be the action, the game changers, and so we thought we'd step in the gap and do that. So Abner Richardson is my name. Thank you.
Michael Cole Richardson. Again, both of us, we are of Ghanaian heritage, both born in the UK, spent a few informative years in Ghana, lived the rest of our time in the UK, and moved back 2 years ago. So again, as Abner said, Destination Africa is our brainchild, and we want to impact and inspire the next generation.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Let's go. Vanessa, we're going to hand it over to you to introduce yourself. And actually, I think all of our panelists should introduce themselves first, and then we'll move on to the questions. So, Vanessa, over to you.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. So, I'm Vanessa Jackson Kofi. I am the director for Jackson & Co. Designs. I am an interior architect and a designer. Interior designer, I should be specific. Was there anything else that you wanted to?
No, for now, just introductions and then.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cassandra Ntiamwa. I am the CEO of Prodigy Foods and the newest CEO of Festina's Cold Store and Groceries.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Frederick Kobina Akwa. I'm the Director of Operations for Ekunfi Fruits and Juices Limited.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Name is Einstein Kofi and Tim. Previously a serial entrepreneur. I'm founding companies like the GSE, which cultivates the largest tech community in the world, and also a fund manager that invests in tech companies across Africa. But now, recently, I joined the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, and here to represent all of us and all of you guys in the diaspora. And again, big credit to Dental for putting this whole thing together. Well, cheers for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cynthia Kwaku. I'm the founder and managing partner of CQ Legal and Consulting. Also founded other businesses, Africa One Media, the Chronicles of a Working Mother, also a business strategist, sit on a couple of boards, including the board of Gooba. And I'll say another thing, I'm a mother of 6, so that influenced the reason why I came to Ghana.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. So as you can see, we have a lovely group of people that are going to be sharing with us today. So I'm going to go back to you, Vanessa. My question for you is, my phone will open. Yes. So why did you move to Ghana? And what has your experience been? I actually really love this question because I do think it's a question that a lot of people will be able to relate to. And that is, what has your experience been as a female setting up a business in a very male-dominated industry?
Oh, it's been fun. Okay, so why Ghana? I mean, I'm Ghanaian, British-born Ghanaian. Firstly, I want to say thank you to Denta for inviting me on this panel. I think I can say it's been a bit of a circle. My mum, I can say, would be the push. My mum's always been a businesswoman. She's been an entrepreneur here in Ghana for years. So I was the kid that got moved to Ghana at 11 years old, hated it, and then went back to England and then wanted to come back to Ghana. So I think my passion for coming home has been long time coming. I went into architecture, worked with a lot of these English brands, traveled, worked with all these, just to put it bluntly, all the white people. And just to be sincere, I think when COVID hit, I was lucky enough to come home and always get some odd projects to do with quite reputable developers who always encouraged me to move back home because they felt as though there's a loophole where there aren't much access to interior design, you know, sourcing the right materials to meet that luxury standard. So my design background, before I actually decided to go freelance, I used to work for Harrods as their interior designer. So most of my clients knew me from Harrods. So I do specialize in luxury design without breaking the bank, so no one feels scared. I hope you don't. I do love a good bargain. So, I mean, I don't know about architects here in Ghana or interior designers in general, but I work on trade. So I try to find how it fits into your budget and how it fits into your style and what you need to kind of recoup out of it, be whether you're renting, living, your holiday home, whatever it is. But I would say coming home was definitely my mom, definitely my mother. I think she always had that passion. She always spoke highly. Yes, there are challenges. I've met quite a few of them being a woman in the industry. To put it quite fairly, I think I'm trying to sugarcoat this as best as possible because there was a young lady that spoke on the fact that she's been here for, I think, a year plus, and she's had severe difficulties. Trust me, I'm no different. I've been coming here since 2016. A lot of my friends are in the industry. You work with friends, you know, they pay, they don't pay. You work with the professionals, they understand what it is that they're getting, so they do pay. But I think the challenges for me as an architect, a female architect, it's disheartening when I say it like this because in England, I thought I'm going to come home and I'm going to be appreciated. But I came home and it was very much you're looked at as one. I just turned 30 this year, so it's like, you're a child. There's that one. Then there's you're a woman in the industry. And then there's well, you're too young to have the professionalism that you're saying that you have. But I think what I've managed to do is I'm a bit of a fighter. You push, I'll push harder. You know, you tell me I can't do, I will do. I had a vision. I wanted to come home and show that Africa is not a bunch of huts and flies on people's faces. So I wanted to bring my design style back home. I think for me, it was just simply I wanted to prove a point. That's what brought me home. And some people have obviously jumped on board. Some people are still a bit resistant. But I have to say that for a year of being here, the success rate that I've known here, I probably wouldn't have achieved as much in England. In England, I am known as an award-winning architect. You can do a bit of research about the company. We've been, I think there's quite a few Americans here. We've been recognized on House for a number of years for our professionalism and our services. We've also won international property awards. So we're recognized as a company. But when it comes to Ghana, I feel like it's almost like you've got to start from scratch. They want to appreciate what you're bringing to the table. So you tend to get the question of, well, who have you worked with? Who have you done? And stuff like that. But I have to say that the clients that did actually, I guess, encourage using our services has led to the project that we're currently working on now, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to sit here and encourage, because there's quite a few media people out here. There's another interior designer somewhere in the group. I don't know if she left. I hope you're still here. Yes, she is. She's still here. I'm going to encourage you. Interior design is a very, very, very new thing here in Ghana. Go for it. It's not my forte. I do it, but it's not my favorite. I prefer to handle the interior architecture stuff, mainly renovating buildings. But interior design is excessively needed here in Accra. It's well needed. I cannot stress this enough. It is going to be challenging. There are some, I mean, most clients feel like, well, I can go pick up my own furniture, but I mean, you and I can both agree that there are some intricate details as to how we're able to get people to want to spend a couple $1,000s and all those excessive prices without having to make people feel, well, I'm paying 2,500, but I've got, you know, a rundown sofa, or there isn't much style to this space. So for me, I mean, when the ladies asked me to come aboard, they did say, Vanessa, speak your truth, because it has been difficult. But I have to say, I've chosen not to give up, because this is home. Whether I'm British born or not, I'm Ghanaian at the end of the day. And if I'm not part of developing my country, I don't think I'll be comfortable getting a foreigner to come and develop. I think I've had a few times where I've seen foreign architects come in and they don't take into consideration where our sun rises or where it sets, what our climate's like, what the Hamatan imposes on construction, and all of those details there. And that has been one of the reasons why I've chosen to stick to being here in Ghana. Being a woman in industry is challenging. The men will undercut you. They will they will do everything under the sun. I could talk about this all day, but I don't want to feel like I'm bashing anybody. But I will encourage that the project that I'm doing now, it is with the Metro TV. It is a production studio. There was a young lady who says she's a YouTuber. All right, now Ghana is finally introducing, let's call it an establishment, where the young media team, designers, podcast, YouTube, what else was it? Radio, as well as TV production. It's going to be a center that allows you to go in there for training. It's also going to allow you to, can you guys, oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay. So it's supposed to be a center for training. So you can go there and be trained as a journalist. You can go there and train as a media personality. You can also go there and edit your photographs. You can also go there and edit, your radio content, your podcast context. It's supposed to be almost like, I think when the client came to me, he said, Vanessa, I need a space that when the diaspora come home, and he specifically said people like Steve Harvey, when they come home, they have a space that they can go and work in privately without having everyone knowing that they're in there, but they can still get the job done. So it's something that I have to say I'm honored to be a part of, being a woman. And I think it's also led to other female architects coming forward and actually assisting me with this project. So it's quite an exciting one. It's something that we're quite proud of. And I must say it actually was the reason why I chose to relocate. It was on a whim. I looked at the scope of the project. It was going to take about a year plus. And going back and forth to England in this COVID was just not practical. So I had to take that leap of faith. I did. It's been challenging. I mean, the last 5 months, especially, missing family and everything like that, but it has been promising. And I think we are probably one to watch out for. Definitely one to watch out for.
Amazing.
And that's where I leave it.
Yes. Come through with the accolades. No, please, let's give her a round of applause, y'all. Like, you gotta big it up. Okay? Yes. Sounds like a very, very amazing project. I'm really excited to see it, launch actually, because I will be using that space. So, Miss Cassandra, this question is for you. So, when did you decide that you wanted to move to Ghana, and how did you adapt to, the change of, coming from the US to Ghana to setting up your business? How was that process like for you?
Good morning, everyone.
Girl, it's afternoon, babe.
Good afternoon, everyone. For me personally, I never really wanted to move to Ghana. I know that everyone here kind of had a plan and a vision. For me, I started a business during COVID. I started a Chateau and Spices business, and it was doing amazing. So I decided to add on different product lines to it, being the fufu flour, the benku mix, and stuff like that. So I got in contact with someone, and they basically scammed me. So after that scam, I was like, you know what? I need to be in Ghana and I need to be here and facilitate that. So that's how I originally ended up in Ghana. It wasn't like I got up one day and I was like, I want to move to Ghana. It wasn't the dream for me personally. But after living here, going back and forth, I ended up liking it, but I didn't love it because of it was different, you know. It wasn't something that I was used to. Everything in Ghana was just difficult. And I just couldn't imagine living here permanently, you know. And I would be so frustrated. At a time, I'm not a violent person, but Ghana actually made me really, really it made me really, really violent. Like I would always want to fight someone, beat someone, because you would go here, they'll tell you this, you would do this. It was just a runaround. So I was like, you know what? I'm spending so much money here. I need to figure out what to do. So I ended up taking upon a project. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna open up a shop, which became another headache. You know, with the trials and tribulations, I was able to get it going and running now, but Ghana wasn't the ideal plan for me per se, but being here, navigating, making the right connections, speaking to the right people, and just adjusting to Ghana. One thing I noticed is you can't wait for Ghana to change. You just have to adjust to Ghanaians. So if you see that everyone is doing this, you just follow the cue and just go ahead and do it. Don't go left when everybody else is going right because it won't work. You know, so that's I didn't get the second question. What was the second question?
Well, you kind of touched on it in terms of like how did you adapt to?
Yeah, just follow the lead, basically. Don't go against the status quo because it won't work. A lot of people in this country don't have principles, and as much as we would like to be like, you know what, I don't want to pay a bribe, I want to go the narrow way, it won't work. They will waste your time. It would just take longer. Um, you just you just have to do what everyone is doing just so that you're not wasting time, because for diasporans, a lot of us are on a time crunch. If I want something done next week, I need it done next week. I can't wait till next year, you know? So who do I need to see to get it done next week, basically?
Y'all wanted the truth. We're gonna hear the truth.
Can I piggyback off that just very quickly?
Okay.
I don't bribe. I don't care. I will sit and wait. And I say this to say sometimes, yes, following the status quo is great, but sometimes if you want to be the change, you're going to have to go against the grain. And I think that's one thing that I've consistently done, and I'm still here. I mean, like I said, just to kind of just be raw, the men on my project, because they don't want to listen to the architect, that's me, the project's been on hold for 5 months. I'm okay, I'm on holiday. I've got family, I'm all right with that. But when we're delaying, at some point you're gonna realize that we are on a time crunch. We wanna get this open. We want to get people in and using the facilities. So I think it depends on your industry. My one, I'm not budging. I'm not cutting corners because I can get sued. I can lose my license. I can lose my insurance. So for that reason, I don't encourage the bribery. Some situations it works. For me, it doesn't. So I just won't. That's just what I wanted to add to it.
No, thank you all so much for sharing that perspective. I think, honestly, yo, Ghana is Ghana, y'all. Just say that. Yeah, let's just say that. But no, thank you so very much for sharing. I'm definitely going to piggyback off some of the things that you ladies have said. But I want to hear from Mr. Frederick from Equincy Fruits and Juices. So one of the questions that I have for you is like, how did you recognize the opportunity of, again, like not just starting a coffee juice, but then also in terms of like the support, how important One District, One Factory was to your initiative in particular, and how did that help your personal journey as well?
Right. So I would commence from I'm coming from a different context. I was born, bred, and as we say, buttered in Ghana. Pure Ghana. I lived my first 27 years in Ghana thinking that I was living in an ordinary country. I saw everything as normal till I traveled out there. I lived a little bit in France and then went to live in Holland and then finally settled in Italy. Once you step out there, you see a lot of potential in Ghana. The same way, once you step in here, because of the kind of background you're coming from, you see a lot of potential. But there were two instances that provoked me so much. A gentleman I met in Italy somewhere in 2003 had come to Ghana to chase a debt. Somebody owed him, and that person had run into Ghana. But he's a Ghanaian living there, but he decided to come home and incurred so much debt on the man's name and ran into Ghana. And in those days, we didn't have national ID. Our address system was another issue altogether. So he had to take, still the Ghanaian nature. He had to take somebody to say, I know where you can find him, so let's go. Once you can buy me a ticket, I'll send you. So he came to Ghana to chase his debt. Eventually, he gave up the debt when he saw the man. He realized that he couldn't take the debt, yeah. But then he found something else. He came back and in the Italian language, he told me, "Tuo paese è molto verde." What he meant was that your country is too green. Not very green, but too green. He could see opportunity all over. And so he came back wondering why there were so many Ghanaians in Italy. So anytime he meets us, he's like, I am preparing to go to your country. And funny enough, you are sitting here and still working as laborers. There's so much opportunity in Ghana. He said he traveled to Kumasi and was coming somewhere in the night, early hours of the day maybe. And then the bus stopped somewhere at Nkoko or a small village somewhere along the line. And there were women carrying oranges and other stuff, running to the car to sell to them. And he said, wow, so there are people too who are ready to work. And he could see greens all over. Sometimes he's tempted to ask, do we eat all that he finds there? Because he knows that we're not too rich, but we have the land and we leave all that to the bush. So he's wondering. But he kept asking us this question, and I got provoked. I looked at myself, wow, 27, obviously, I had left university. I was working as a laborer in Italy. I was working in a factory. I have to be modest. I was working in a factory. So anytime he sees us and he's like, I wonder why there are so many Ghanaians here, I got provoked. Then there's this very good friend of mine. I call him my brother. He's a Moroccan. I worked with him in the same factory. So with all of these, I started doing a lot of writings. So I think back home, what things I can change once I step back home. So every day at break, I'll pick my scribbling pad and we'll be writing business plans and ideas. And he will be the one encouraging me every time. The next morning, he will come quickly to work and then go to stand by the machine. And he sees me go to the changing room. I change into my overall, pick my gloves. And as I walk towards him, he tells me, see this man. Yesterday, by close of work, he was a millionaire. Here he is coming back as a laborer in the morning. So he kept teasing me. And these two things or two scenarios kept provoking me. And I wanted to get back home. Because I go out into the supermarkets, I go out into the clothes shop, and everything I see tells me that, wow, Ghana can do better. There are better stuff out there. And I could tell Italy does everything. They do everything apart from air. And I am looking at the kind of resources they have, how, let me loosely call it artificial they are. And I know how raw and natural we are. And then we have to run to them. A friend of mine, I visit his home, and he lives in the company. They are turning manganese, is it the red one? Manganese into iron. one of them, manganese into iron or bauxite or whatever, into iron. So I go there and I look at the raw material that has arrived. But this is the very raw material I see when I stand at the Takrady Harbor. You see them go into the ships. So I also was teasing him that, you know what, you also go to pick all these raw material, you put it in a ship in Takrady and you run to Europe to turn it into iron only to be taken back to you. So we kept provoking and then encouraging ourselves to get back home. In 2004, I came back to Ghana. I thought I was coming for holidays because that was the plan, but it turned out to be something else. I came to meet my longtime friend. Now we have 25 years between us as moving together. So he's now a brother. He's my boss now, called Sam. I met him because we had an original plan where we were in school not to travel. Reality, so we did a little detour and then went out there. But he had come back quickly. So when I came, he had settled down. And so when I saw him, that very day, I gave him money to buy forms and register a company for me. And I told him I'm going to come back. That was 2004. 2006, I was on my way back. I tried surviving on my own, but he had been here a year or two earlier, so he was more stable than I wanted to be. So he pulled me to his side, and so he got me into food processing. So we had started with a small factory, not very small, but looking at the scale of Ekumfi, I would say a very small factory. We're doing shito in sachets called shito pack, and then cocoa. So that's just how I got into food processing. But we still had this idea of making something big from the potential of Ghana. So we're doing a lot of things along the line. Somewhere in 2015, we're told that a 50 kg bag of maize was selling for 60 cedis in Techiman. That's like the bread basket of the country. The prices normally come from that side. And so we thought, if farmers are selling their 50 kg rice bag of maize for 60 cedis, that will discourage them from growing again. So we started thinking big and thinking about setting up a factory. We wanted to set up a cornflakes factory. Yes. Then reality hit because our plan was quite huge. So our financial requirement was equally huge. And then setting up a cornflakes factory was a little bit foreign because in Ghana, we like our cornflakes coming from the UK and from the other places. So we're giving ears all over the place. We were working every day, speaking to bankers, at some point, I'm sure they said, Chai, these guys, I'm not sure they would be able to do it. So the long and short of it is that it fell flat. It couldn't come on. But we still knew we wanted to do a lot of stuff. So in 2016, in the course of the campaign, there was one district, one factory espoused by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We thought, wow, if it could happen that way, then we are sure all our dreams of setting up factories all over. Because I was coming from Italy, Italy is basically factories. So I had seen factories, I had worked in many of them. And I always tell myself that factory is nothing. Factory is just a building. It's just an idea to come up with a machine that processes something into something else. And it is not a big deal. So we kept an eye on the election. Fortunately, when His Excellency, the President, won the election, we asked and we were told that, oh yes, it's going to come on. So we kept following up, putting our papers together. So in 2017, we formed the Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited. Amongst many, we have many other value addition companies. So fortunately, we thought we were just writing. That was what we wanted to do. But when we put them all together, I'm sure ours caught the eye of the president because of some commitment that he had made along the line. And then his dream to see fruit processing in the central region. So one day I had a call that one district, one factory was going to be outdoored, and our project had been selected as the one to be used to launch the one district, one factory as a government program. It wasn't a program yet, it was just a document. And we're even working on the funding. But all of these accelerated the move, and then we began. It hasn't been easy. Now we had a funding, $10 million from Exim Bank.
Oh, wow.
For a project. Now we had a funding. Now was reality. So all that we had on paper and all the talking we had done before that time was now time to roll out. But to tell you the truth, the government also supported us because, as I told you, we're carrying the spirit of one district, one factory, and so we're also being trainers to other companies, and we still do now because if we're able to do all of this and then we get Ghana industrialized, we do a lot of value addition and we go to more. So we began from 17. We began a three-pronged project. We're building a factory. We're designing a processing machine to process the fruit, and then we're working on our raw material as well. So for Kumfi, I'm sure a lot of people didn't understand how the model looked like. Maybe it was just thought to be like any other company that Ghana wanted to. Sorry,
Hello? Oh? Awesome.
So when we started, we said, look, we understand what we want to do. So we're not doing anything ordinary. What we want to do is to set up a project that is going to outlive us. A project that is going to go beyond politics, beyond our time and all of that. That is actually going to give proper life to the people living in the enclave. So our project was such that we were growing pineapples.
Okay.
We're growing pineapples in a Kumfi which is rich in the history of pineapple. But we're not going to take the pineapples from a Kumfi. What we wanted to do was not to disturb the economy, the pineapple economy of a Kumfi, but still tap into the potential of a Kumfi.
Okay.
So we grew our own pineapples, and that caused a lot of delay, and people didn't understand. Because the nature of our processing was such that we're literally squeezing the pineapples and boxing them.
Okay.
That's all we're doing. So we didn't want to be all over the place getting pineapples from everywhere because pineapple, because of the nature of the bark, when people spray all kinds of chemicals on it and then we go to squeeze it, we'll be endangering public health.
That's
So
true.
we wanted to be sure what we were delivering to the populace. We wanted to come up with a world-class product, non-concentrate, no additives, no preservatives. And so that is what we rolled out. By 2019, close of 2019, we're ready to roll, and we had started.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back. Yes, please give him a round of applause. Thank you. We'll definitely come back to hear more about like what that process was like for you in terms of like starting. But we're gonna move on to Mr. Einstein, who today is representing the Office of the Diaspora Affairs. The Diaspora Affairs Office is like the first contact for most diasporans when they come to the country, right? So what is the role? Like, what is the actual role of the Diaspora Affairs Office? And what do diasporans need to know about settling in Ghana?
All right, cheers for the question. I'll say, first of all, our role is to be your vanguards to the government. So the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, is hosted within the Jubilee House in the Office of the President himself. And we fight on your behalf and support issues and challenges that you might be facing within the government itself, and also helping you guys to connect with one another across the globe. But before I even jump into the specificities of that kind of layer, you asked the question before, why Ghana, right? And I think it's important to break that into two parts. You can't say why Ghana without saying why Africa. And because Ghana is in Africa, and we all recognize that right now, Africa is the future. Africa is where the trend is right now. Africa is the last frontier of the world right now. And we as Ghanaians, or we in Ghana here, we are the black stars of Africa, right? So I'll break two parts, share a bit more about like how the office has supported me and why I believe it can support many of you here today. So before we get into that, like we can't fully romanticize our experiences in the UK or the US or wherever it's from. I grew up in the UK. There was a time when I was stopped by the police every single day. Do you know what I mean? And bear in mind, I was in the British Army as well. So you can imagine my frustration when these things take place, right? And within that part, actually, I started my own company, UK, a mental health organization. I was one of the youngest who have done so, and it grew quite massively. It was quite successful, right? And there came a time where I was trying to raise money for that business, and that was quite a challenge. Bearing in mind, I went to the London School of Economics. I worked at different investment banks in the country. One of my colleagues actually here today. I even, I'd been, and I even had such a great network across the country, and even myself, I found it very hard to raise significant capital for a business that was already thriving. So I left the UK to go to Silicon Valley to raise capital and start a company that raised more support there, right? And that already showcases the challenge that people face within the UK itself. So for me, having gained success in Silicon Valley, raising capital and actually building an advanced tech company there, I recognize how hard must it be for many of us to get support for our businesses, get support for our lives, right? And what championed us to kind of start this new endeavor was to prevent that from happening again, where people don't have to leave Ghana or leave Kenya or leave South Africa to go to another part of the world to raise money or gain support to come back in that way. And I worked with a billionaire investor to actually sort of curate a fund to invest in tech companies across the African continent, right? And now we see this incredible foray of all these like unicorns in Africa, like Fill Wave and all these Chipper Cash, all these companies are doing quite well now. But this was all spearheaded years ago with capital and investment and insight around how to become tech enabled, how to become digitized, how to grow an enterprise in that part. And that goes back to why Africa. So when we did this, we actually did that across Kenya, South Africa. And me as a Ghanaian, I didn't even foray into Ghana itself, right? And then this goes back to, again, why, now the second part, why Ghana, right? 2017, the Diaspora Affairs Office, Office of President, hosted the first homecoming celebration, Diaspora Homecoming Celebration Summit. And that was the first time I connected with Ghana as an adult, right? And it was incredible to be in that room. But one of the biggest things that was quite sad to see was they had the Q&A question bit and people were coming forward and just like talking about all the problems that they experienced coming to Ghana and the mismanagement of expectations. One guy actually said, you know what, I came to start this business in Ghana and, I tried to meet the Minister of Finance and I couldn't meet the Minister of Finance. What is this about? It's just, do you know what I mean? And even me as like, as a young man, I was like, wait, this is a bit absurd. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to balance that expectation. But that's when I connected with the office and they said, look, we're talking about the things that need to be done. What can you do? And at the time, we were putting together a fund. We're hosting these incredible programs all around the world. And that's what helped me to push to start the Ghana Tech Summit here in Ghana, which became the biggest tech conference in West Africa, right? And now the fund, which has actually done investment across these different companies across the continent. So with that being said, that was purely as a result of the Homecoming Summit. So the office has been quite pivotal in organizing programs that brings people together and helps to move people in that way, which is why, again, this gathering is quite important. So again, don't ever underestimate the power of these programs and bringing people. If one person is able to be inspired to start something and move something, it can actually lead to real capital gains, real employment, real support for people across Ghana and across the continent, right? And so you ask about what the Diaspora Affairs Office, what we do. Right here, I have the newly minted the Diaspora Engagement Policy, which has been, which has been put together by the Diaspora Affairs Office. And when it comes to diaspora engagement within the country, there's three parts where you have to look at. Why do we want to engage? When do you want to engage? And how do you want to engage? Right? And sometimes I think many of us, we kind of get those categories completely muffled together, right? I say that Ghanaians have that middleman culture where everyone is like a middleman. But us diaspora, when we come through, we start to embrace that where we're trying to settle here. We're trying to start a business. We're trying to do all these things. We want to get all these things done within 1 month, right? And I do understand the challenges, but we are the vanguards for you. So when it comes to people having dual citizenship, people having social security benefits, if they've grown up, if they've lived and worked in the US or the UK, social security benefits, that's when to support them. We support that process. When it comes to people kind of getting the residency permits, we support that process. When it comes to, again, we hear the year of return, the first program for the Year of Return, which pushed it, was at the National Theatre, which was curated by the Diaspora Affairs Office, which now you think of all these celebrities and all these incredible name people that come to Ghana and connect with her. That was pushed forth by the Diaspora Affairs Office, right? So again, the key word, before I pass on, the key word I want to also kind of have going forward is the term nomenclature. Nomenclature, what does that mean? It means being able to name the issue, categorize the problem. When it comes to diasporas, there's different diasporans out there. Myself, even though I grew up in the UK, my dad is Ghanaian, my mom is Ghanaian. Both of them had homes here, right? I had family here. So my engagement within Ghana is a bit different from what somebody who is a second, third generation Ghanaian who has sort of lost ties, but is still are Ghanaian, tell them to get their passport. That's one category, or two different categories there. Then you have the Afro-descendant people across the Americas who have different challenges, whether you're growing up in the Caribbean or in South America or in North America, different issues that you have to have support with, right? So by being able to categorize your issue, we're able to better support you in that journey. And again, we have diaspora across the continent of Africa, right? 70% of our diaspora are actually within the ECOWAS countries, right? So again, that's a different type of parameter that we have to sort of focus on. And one thing that I also want us all to empathize with, also our diasporans who are in like the Middle Eastern countries who are going through different challenges there, where we have programs that help to sort of counsel them and support them when they want to reconnect back with the country. So again, we liaise on your behalf with the government. We support you, and we have a good point of contact for all of you when it comes to sort of identify how you want to engage in Ghana and why. That can be on a permanent basis, or it can be on a short-term kind of scenario. So I do invoke all of you to reach out to the office, info@diasporaaffairs.com, and even myself, I'll be here. We can connect a bit more, and I'm sure there'll be more questions to identify going forward.
Definitely.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we have Miss Cynthia. You had mentioned earlier that you are a mother of 6, and that was part of the reason why you moved to Ghana. So we just want, if you're able to tell us what the decision behind you settling in Ghana with a family of 6, and how was that process like for you? Okay, so I mean, I've made this trip twice, so I'm quite unique in that. I mean, the first time I came was because of the children. To put it in context, I was born in the UK, but I lived here. Moved back to UK when I was 11, but I've always spent my vacations here. So I was that breed of Ghanaian who had roots in both places, and I was very happy to continue that. So the decision to bring my children back was because I had, at the time, 5 children in private school in the UK. I also recognized at a very early age that I was different in the UK. When I was growing up, the issue of prejudice was even more profound. But I was very different. And I was different, I believe, because I knew where I came from. And so I never had to face that challenge that some of my brothers and sisters who had lived in the UK all their lives and didn't really know where they were coming from had to face. Because, and I'm not saying this in an arrogant way, but I came from a middle class in Ghana and went to boarding school in the UK. So I oftentimes would see people who question to me as an African and think, you're crazy because I don't understand where you're coming from, you know, because I knew where I was coming from. And when I made the decision to bring my children back, what's very interesting is that my mother would say, bring them back, they need to have classmates. And I understand now, because the culture of Ghana is about who you know. It's really about your connections. My mom was extremely on point when she said that. And then secondly, I just thought it would be cheaper to educate them here. So it was financial. You know, I needed to bring my children back, and I brought them back the first time. But my expectations were different. Because when I came, I quickly realized that as much as I was going back and forth, if I had to settle here, I needed to do things differently. You know, first of all, you come and you are a middle class. So your children are going to go to a certain school. You want a certain income. You want to run a business here. You want to shop from Sainsbury's. You want to be part of the in crowd. You are in part of the in crowd because your kids go to these schools. And you're competing in your mind with people who themselves may be struggling but are keeping up appearances. So I got myself caught up in that. Don't do it. First lesson, they are suffering more than you. Cut your coat according to your cloth. Have a reason why you came. If not, you will go back. I had so many friends who came and couldn't survive it. Because if you bring in £100,000, you are not going to sustain that kind of lifestyle on 100,000 unless you run a business here, which is very successful. And it takes time. It wouldn't take you 2 years. It may not even take you 5 years. So please drop that whole, I want to eat in certain places. And I want to, if you want to survive here, cut it. You're not going to survive like that. And the many people that we left behind, they've taken, those who have acquired their wealth legitimately have done that over a long period of time. So if they are living in Trasaco and you come and immediately want to go and live in Trasaco, okay, let me stop there. So I made my mistakes and then I moved back to the UK with the children. When I made the decision to come back again in 2017, it was for a different reason. And that reason was because having worked in the city, in investment banking, worked as a barrister in all of these, I realized one thing. There was a big divide in terms of the work ethic, the mindset. But look, let's not, and I say this on every platform, we have some of the most talented, intelligent people here in Ghana. You may have exposure, but they know it raw. Okay, so don't come, and I did, and try and put your airs and graces around that. Yes, there are problems, but we're the solution. We're supposed to be the solution. So when I came back because I wanted to set up a law firm, and I looked around me and I was advising, working in the City of London, top international firms, advising law firms here, and I saw a big issue. And the issue was how we related. Why are we doing transactions? My law firm, 5 years down the line, has been the law firm that has advised on the sovereign bond 4 times, right? But why are we still sitting here and we have big international law firms and consulting firms doing the biggest deals in this nation? Why? Don't we have lawyers who can do it? So I started asking myself these questions. How do I contribute? And I saw an opportunity, and the opportunity was come and set up a law firm, amongst other things, the other businesses that I do, which is really focused on youth empowerment to get our youth to that level. So if you're a business person and you come here from the diaspora, you are mandated, it's an obligation to teach them what you know. Okay? So I came back and I said, I'm going to set up a law firm which will rival any international law firm. A law firm that is based on international global standards, because you know what? We all have to contribute to the growth of our nation in our own diverse ways. Ghana and Africa is only going to change if we all do it in our own corner. Brighten the corner which you are in, right? It's not everything about government. It sometimes is us. So if you set up a business and you teach somebody about time management, customer care, how to do it, they just don't know it. They're not stupid. You know, and oftentimes, and I've been there when I've employed staff in the beginning and assumed, because you know what, even at the age 16 in the UK, you'd get a part-time job. You'd learn it. How many people here, when my kids lived here and I tried to get them a summer job, I had to find a company that is true words of Mr. Price, owned by my cousin, to be able to convince. When I even said to him, I want my kids to come and do a summer job, he said, oh, how? I said, what do you mean, oh, how? I want them to learn valuable soft skills. It's not that I can't afford it, but you know, the first thing that came to his mind was, but you don't need your children to work. Your kids should be going on vacation in London and the US and doing that. No, but I wanted my kids to work, right? But how many of the people who are here have that opportunity? So when we come back and we moan and we moan and we're not doing anything, if you don't want to be part of the solution, don't come. Right? So I came back for that reason, to contribute my own quota in solving the problem. The way I looked at it, professional services is pivotal when it comes to the growth of our nation. We're signing deals. I have worked on the other side, working for big, you know, Goldman Sachs, whatever, hedge funds, negotiating deals on the table. And this is no disrespect to lawyers here, but looking on the other side of the table, and they are not really negotiating, right? Because they've sent people who don't even know the subject matter of what is there, and we've signed. I don't want to look. So I said, I'm going to come back and in my own way set up a law firm that will train lawyers on how to do it right. When I came, I was faced with so many challenges. And I'll give you an example of one. Talk about ageism. Look, in my firm, now it's a 20-member firm, 5 years set up. We've been nominated for awards, Africa Capital Markets Firm of the Year, all of that. And it's run by young lawyers. I'm just the face of it. In terms of portfolio, we advise on everything from we're one of the top firms for entertainment, media, and sports. We're one of the top firms when it comes to fintech. We don't just do traditional law. We're industry experts. But when I came, I struggled. Because if somebody approached me and wanted me to be a lawyer, they expected me to be the person to advise. And so if I went into a meeting with a young lawyer, they'll look down on them and say, but they're too young. Like, well, he's going to be on the one leading. You either come or find another law firm. Because how am I going to transfer the skills that I learned if I don't allow these people to do the work? If you go to the UK, look, the sovereign bond that we run, the international law firms it was associates who were leading. 3-4 years associates. How do we equip them if we don't give them that opportunity to do that? So that's what I set out to do. And also by other means, just empower the youth and let them know, because Africa can only become the next frontier if our youth are empowered. And we owe it to the youth. Let them know that they can do it, right? I mean, for me, that's the future. And we need to give them the skills that they need to make it happen. Okay, so in a nutshell, that's why I came. And sorry. Thank you. Wow, that I'm so inspired by all of you, because I'm learning so much. And I always say that, like, for me, I have one foot in Ghana and one foot in Canada, because I'm still doing the dance. And then there are days where I wake up, I'm like, oh my God, I absolutely love Ghana. There are days where I wake up. I have my foot in London. Look, I had a situation this morning, right? I have 6 children. They're not children anymore. The oldest is 29, who's here, actually works for the BBC as the director, is here filming. and I have my youngest who's 18. And I had a situation this morning, and again, I thought, why am I even here?
Yep.
Denton knows, one of my daughters ended up in hospital, but I had to make it happen. I had to immediately, okay, who do I contact? Jennifer. I may not come in the morning. You just have to. And I still have my foot there. I think you're going, to maintain some sanity, you're going to have to for a while. Let's be honest. I mean, the first time I came, I needed to do the 2 month, okay, I'm here for 2 months, and then every 2 months, like I need to go to Waitrose, I need to, I need to go and fuel up a bit and get some inspiration on how things are supposed to be done. Then I can come back. So we do go back and forth, but what I'm just trying to say is that manage your expectations, but don't become part of the problem. Right?
That part.
And I do agree with what Vanessa said. And even with you, when I came, I was you in different levels. When I came, I thought, okay, maybe I have to just join them. Okay, so if they come in late, so I remember when I was advising on the liquidation of Ghana, I'll just give you an example of something that happened. I had a meeting with the chief of staff, and I was running late. So I called the secretary. She didn't pick up, and eventually picked up. And I said, oh, I'm running a bit. He said, oh, madam, how long would you? I said, oh, I'm probably there in about 15 minutes. He said, oh, but that's not late. So basically 15 minutes wasn't late. It's like, oh, it was like an hour or two, So then I realized we have a problem, And do I join them? And for a while I did. But I also realized that to stand out, my work ethic is what made me stand out. If you email my law firm today, most likely you would get a response, a confirmation that an email has been received within an hour or two. And that sets it apart, right? Because we have so many international clients who are coming in, even over the Christmas. I've had emails coming from DLA Piper. And when I responded, oh my goodness, you just respond, because they've sent it to 5 other law firms and nobody's responded. So our work ethic and doing the right thing differentiates you, okay? But you need patience though. And my sweetheart, she knows I can go on and on. Me and her have this conversation. It's a mix of everything, but it is possible. And I'm encouraging all of you, look, come back. We need to build our nation. But rather than complain, and that's what I like initiatives such as this and the Diaspora office, and there's still things, look, I advise investors coming in, and the capital requirement issue is a big issue, right? How do you expect me to bring in 200,000, 500,000? And I hope that this policy document that you put together addresses that, because it's a conflict. In one hand, we're saying we're trying to attract people to come back home, but we also seem to be limiting the ability to do that. And I don't think it's intentional, but we do need to solve it, because on the ground, as a professional law firm, the interest is there. People want to invest, but we do need to address that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello? Yeah, no, thank you. I'm so inspired by all of y'all, because hanging in there. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be running a little bit over time, so we are going to be wrapping up by 3:30. I think this panel, I don't want to ask them questions. I want you to be the ones to ask them questions, because you do have personal questions that you would like to ask. So if you are ready for questions, please, before you ask your questions, ground rules, please, I beg you, keep it short. Not stories, short. Short. That way we can get through as many questions, and then we can also, get everyone else to. Yes, and also for those of you that are online, if you do have questions, please drop them in the chat, and we will be tackling those questions as well. Please, short. If the moment you start with, I have a story, I will do this. Okay? All right. Over to you, sir.
Mine is very short. I just want to, the gentleman from the Office of the Diaspora, he talked about mental health, and now just wondering whether you've established something here, or you're working with the health services. It's something that I'm personally interested in. So I just wanted to know if something that we're working on, giving our history and culture about the stigma and how we need to move forward. Thanks.
This is a great question, and yeah, we actually are working on something like that again to make sure it reaches the right groups. So, for example, the people who've been through like very traumatic experiences, working as household help in the UAE or in Saudi Arabia, for example, who have a different type of mental health support system. And of course, those of us maybe in the room who are just going through some challenges that we need to kind of get together and counsel. We actually are putting something like that together, and that's why we're so strong. We're strongly spearheading this policy. That way, it can get the entire institutional support for it. But in the interim, however, I do encourage more collaboration with all of us and with each other as well. Many times, and I'm somebody who is a mental health advocate. My first successful business was actually in the mental health space. So I always encourage people to take care of themselves, build a mental health plan, and collaborate with each other, because we always wait till the issue is at that crux point before we finally start talking to each other, right? Let's be a bit proactive about that process. And we as well, we're going to do the same thing. I mean, in the coming weeks, you're going to hear some announcements. So I'm going to share with you guys, go on our website, also email the info@diasporaaffairs.com. We can get your information. We can start informing you. Again, joining the network as well, because we work with enterprises to help make sure we are coming together in a very powerful way. But again, if anybody here in the room is going through a significant mental health challenge or issue, do not, minimize it. Do not denigrate it. Do not think it's about, witchcraft or something like that. Do not do this to other people as well. Seek support, right? If you want support, do seek support. Don't be embarrassed by it. And again, there's different levels to it. The more intensified ones and the more culpable ones, which we can all work together to help reinforce to one another. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, so you said no story, so I'm going to cut it short. I'm amazed at the 3-year-old to the 98-year-old entrepreneur in Ghana who put stuff on their head, walk around, run behind Strocho and everything to sell their stuff. When you as a business owner, and this is for each one of you, when you as a business owner take on employees whose mindset is they are going to have a business within your business, how do you deal with that? How do you recruit? How do you get it done?
Man, I can.
No. It's just a drop mic for
Let's
me. Yeah, that's a question we want to know. Yes. Okay, that's a really good question, and I know everyone wants to handle that question. So we'll take the next question and the next question, and then we'll answer the questions. How does that sound? But that was a good question. Good job on those stories.
I almost feel like I don't have anything to say after that one. Einstein, good to see you. It's been a while. Ghana Tech Summit. Hopefully this next year we're having another one. Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a citizen of Ghana soon. I've been waiting 2 years. You see, some people be waiting 1 year, right? My sister, she's still here, the 1 year waiting girl? Yeah. I've been waiting 2 years to be a citizen of Ghana. I'm 60. I hope you all don't make me wait too much longer, because that posthumously given citizenship while I'm in my coffin, I don't think that's going to work for me. Okay? And I was wondering when Akwesi would come up in here. He probably knew I was going to be here. Okay, so he decided to send you. Okay, yeah, Einstein. Okay, yeah. Tell Akwesi, this week, next week, wherever, I'm expecting my papers.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
All right.
I want my papers.
Thank you.
That's a big deal that you even value having the papers in the first place. When I tried to get my wife her passport when I was working in the UK, they were like, but why? Well, why do you, she's American, why do you want to be Ghana anyway? That's the kind of mentality.
Don't mind them.
I'm glad that more of us want to be engaged with the country and become citizens, right? And of course, you remember the people that were given a citizenship ceremony. That was again championed by the office as well. So they definitely reach out to the office, come by. Let's work to support to make that possible.
Yeah, like 2 weeks from now.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I will talk to you, my sister, in chambers because we got a lot to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Question.
Thank you, Aisha. I don't have a question per se, but it's more a comment. First of all, I want to thank Denta immensely for sharing this information because I myself am someone who, as others, it was an interest and we came, and some of us diasporans, I'm a Caribbean born one, we are even more proud of Ghana than Ghana is, and that breaks my heart sometimes. It could bring us to tears. I also want to say to the panelists, please and thank you, please continue this. Whether it's this platform, another platform, because the encouragement is much needed. Diasporans go through a lot, right? I totally support everyone that really spoke from their heart about their experiences. I know exactly what you were talking about, because there may be a video or two of me floating around where I nearly knocked somebody out in, the market. But, it's real. And I say this more for the men in the room than even for the women, okay? Sister, I'm telling you, please, I hope we do get to connect before you leave. I'm an interior designer, and it is not a formal education here in Ghana. People think I'm an interior decorator. I am not a furniture hustler, okay? I know, if not as much as most of the architects that are educated in this country. So it disturbs me when you come as a value, information-rich, contributing person to society here, and they want to reduce you to a woman that wants to wear red lipstick and a red dress. I will not look like a market woman for you to feel comfortable. Forget that one. So, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Denta. Isha, you do an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you. We have lots of questions coming from online, from our online audience, but we are going to take the question that was asked previously around the workers wanting to become entrepreneurs within. Okay, so let me play a little bit of a devil's advocate, okay? Auntie, in the sense that I do believe that when you do have a business, and that's me personally, that you are training people for them to be well equipped to do things on their own. Like, they're not supposed to be with you forever, right? But then I think it goes back to what Ms. Cynthia was saying, that it's a mindset thing, right? You do have to be willing to train. And unfortunately, and I hear a lot of diasporans say this, that you train them and then they leave and then they go start their own thing. And so then make it a business. Let them pay you, train them, and let them go. That's just me though, but I would definitely love for you to.
Yeah.
Oh, as in when they actually take the money?
Okay.
Let her answer the question. Yeah.
Okay. There are two types, and I'll deal with. Sometimes we don't pay enough. There are two scenarios. Sometimes we take advantage. We do not pay enough. We take advantage. Domestic staff, whoever it is, we take advantage. And psychologically, there's a mindset, even from the government workers, that they have to substitute their income. You're starting from a place of, look, we are all inherently corrupt. The system makes it easy for us to be. I always cite an example where I needed a Ghanaian passport then, because I needed to travel, and I couldn't get a visa quickly with my British passport. So I'm connected enough. So I called a couple of people, went to the passport office, and they said, can you bring your British passport? And I was irritated. Immediately, the diva mode came out.
I'm in a hurry, I need to board a flight this evening. You're asking me, do you know who sent me here? Like, who are you to even ask me? And she was doing her job, by the way, to ask me for my British passport. I just need that passport now. Don't ask me. Poor lady didn't. And I got my passport in an hour. Was that not corruption? How many of us come into the airport and we look at the queues and we don't want to join that queue and we will call somebody? We all guilty. No, I wanted to start from a point that, look, the mindset, right? So many people are hustlers. There's that mindset of I'm a hustler. So if you come and you're working for somebody and they're not paying you well, sometimes you accept the job because it's an opportunity to make more on the side. That's the mindset. Not a good mindset. But as employers, we need to look at that. I learned the hard way. Have I paid people less than what I knew they had to do? I have. Do I do that now? No, I don't. I cultivated a culture of them being stakeholders in my business, and which meant total transparency. We are going through a process, an 18-month process of putting together a brand culture, which everyone has contributed to. What are we known for as CQ Legal? Integrity. What does that mean? And I involved them in the process. I didn't draft a brand identity document. I'm working with them. And through the process of doing that, I'm teaching them the importance of ethics, right? The fact that if we cut corners, it's going to come back and bite us, and it affects your profit. So the mindset is changing. For those who came from a background of, okay, I'm going to do it this way, and a client has come, so I'm just going to cut corners. But some will drop by. I mean, there's some people who they can't help, they'll go. But it's about changing a mindset. And you are right. We do need to do something about the minimum wage. We do need to do something about that. And I think sometimes also comes with the culture of not respecting youth. Right? I have had people come to me and offer a service who are very young, and I know they're doing a business, okay, IT services, digital marketing, whatever. And they've come to me and I've said, you know what, I'll pay you double this amount. They look at me, I'm like, I said, I know you're building a brand. And if I don't support you, who will? So again, it's not about pointing fingers. We all also responsible.
Yeah.
And brighten your own little corner. What are you doing? And be transparent with your staff. Look, if it's difficult, my staff know it's difficult. We work a lot for government, so we don't get cash coming in all the time. Sometimes I pay salaries, and I'm always the last person because I know I'm building a legacy business. My mindset is that I'm not going to make the money now, but I always tell my staff, look, in the next 3 years, when you see me driving in my Jaguar and living whatever, don't come and ask me any questions because I'm making the sacrifice now. At the end of the month, you get your salary. I don't get a salary, but I'm interested in investing because I can see it. I'm not in it for the short-term gain. So I'm putting in the structures to make sure. If you're going to go into business and do that, take care of your staff. They'll take care of your business. You will lose some, but that's fine.
Can we take the rest? Sorry, we'll definitely come back. Can we take the rest of the questions?
Yeah, that was.
Yes, y'all. Yeah. No, I was saying we take the questions so that then they answer them all together.
Let me just jump on this one because that's a really good point. I think that blends into many other issues, which goes back to spending time to understand the culture. When people move from the US to the UK, even from according to Wales, they spend time to understand how things operate in Wales, right? But we don't do the same thing here. I do agree there's a very abhorrent middleman culture where everyone's like also doing something else and doing something else, but it's understanding the culture and what kind of drives people, right? So one, for example, in my firm at the time, we have 20 staff here in Ghana full time. We would have like an award ceremony and celebrate, people's like accomplishments within the organization. And it's a certificates, it's a nice thing that again goes back to how things are done within the culture over here. Christmas time, when it comes to bonuses, right? Not just maybe giving some cash, like literally going to get a bag of, rice, oil thing, package and giving it out. That sticks a lot with people in many ways. And finally, even having people's families involved with it. It might seem abhorrent that maybe, like I have staff in the US, in the Caribbean, like I don't necessarily know the parents of my staff in like New York, for example, but I do know some of the parents of my staff here in Ghana, all right? So knowing them being involved in that part, that changes the dynamic of how people feel about your organization in many ways. So understanding the culture, spending time to do so, and building the budget and support to do so. And again, as the Malay next to me spoke, like communicating with them as well. So doing what you can in that part. Yeah, cheers.
Definitely, I agree with that. I think one thing we have to recognize, sorry. Hello? Yeah. I think one thing we have to recognize is the fact that we are the generation that are coming after a generation that went to the UK, the US, Europe, and decided to make it work regardless. So we had parents who decided they were going to go to a nation that was either hostile to them, discriminatory, prejudice, didn't really see how they would navigate their way through or even make a narrative for themselves, but they decided they would stick it out and make it work. Now, we're that generation that recognizes that it's time to turn that clock around and come home. So in coming home, how would we survive? And I remember when I went to my dad and I said, you know what, Dad, I think we want to move home. And he sat me down and he said, hey, Abna, so you think it's time for you to move home? And this is a man who, when he came in the Rawlins era. So 81, you see the Rawlins chains, there was famine, there was shortage of food, shortage of absolutely everything, unemployment, everything. And we went from Tishi, and this guy now lives in Tresako. Sometimes I'd sit down with him and I'd say to him, Dad, how did you do it? He said, Abna, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. When we went to Europe to live in a system whereby systems were in place. We went there to work, we went there to survive. We're doing the exact same thing when we come home. Only thing is, we have to understand the psyche. We have to understand the psychology. So in so doing, you're coming home, we're talking about survival, we're talking about longevity, and we're talking about success. How are we going to achieve that? So you get to understand the people and you get to understand what they hold value to. Now, let's face it, when we went over there to work for a system, to build their economy. Many of us that are coming back as business people who want to survive, who have a vision, who have a dream that's big, and want to see that dream become a reality. That means that we're actually depending on people to see that vision come to fruition. So how does that work? We've been coming to Ghana since 2016 to really understand how things actually work here, the standard of living, the way people think, the psychology of people. And you hear so many people complain about, oh, this person, I've employed them, they don't have critical thinking. They've stolen from me. They've done this to me. It's corrupt here. It's this, that, and the other. Not to mention all the other things that we have to go through. But, as a Ghanaian, I've lived here for a bit. And I remember growing up as a child, there was that level of intimidation where people would actually look at you because you're a child, you don't question authority, you just do as the boss says, and that's it. That doesn't change when they become adults. They stay exactly the same. So if we look at what Cynthia was just saying in regards to not paying them enough, once you remove that, there's a reason why if you pay somebody enough, they would still steal from you. And you've got to go into that psyche to truly understand them. So when you say you've got a 3 to a 98-year-old that wants to build a business within a business, it's a level of survival. As far as they're concerned, they've been told wherever you go, you have to survive. And that survival sometimes means whether you're paying them enough or not, they have to steal from you. So in understanding the psyche, then you have to understand, what do these people hold dear to? Do I bribe people when they ask me to bribe them? Do I give in? How does it work? Okay, the Ghanaian psyche, going back to what you were saying, sis, before, paying bribes. We don't pay bribes simply because we're constantly with the children, so we have to set an example. But Ghanaians are very emotional people. So to understand them, if somebody came up to you and said, oh, Bamasa, it's my Christmas season, yeah, you need to, you say, I really want to pay for your Christmas season. Just like you, me too, I have children. Don't worry. I will come back. I will pay you well. You're doing your job really well. I respect what you're doing. I will come back and pay you well. It's that level of respect and the fact that you have recognized them, they will go to the ends to try and help you out. If you then move that to an employment situation whereby you have to employ these people, when we were employing people for nanny positions, domestic positions, whatever, we had our list. So once you get to the crux of everything, and Ghanaians are very much like, when's your date of birth? Or actually, you'll ask them, how old are you? I'm 31 years old. When's your date of birth? And they start scratching their heads. Okay, don't worry. You say you're 31. We will move on. And then you move to the next question and the next question. Then you get to what do you want to become in life? How can I invest in that? So they realize, actually, they're seeing value in me every so often. Even before the Christmas holidays or the Christmas bonuses, you have staff meetings where you're asking them for feedback. You have accountability where when you did this, what kind of results did you think that would have, not just on yourself, your reputation, but on the company? Ghanaians strive on reputation. Everything about them is, I don't want them to see me like this. That's why when you say to them, oh, can you please tell me how to get here? They don't know where you're going, but they're like, if you go, then you go left. So then that develops critical thinking. Okay, because you're laughing because you know it's true. Why are you going left? You don't even know where you're going. So then that develops the critical thinking. Start to think outside the box. And as Cynthia said, we're solution finders and we're problem solvers. So then you draw them into your belief system. You draw them into what your company stands for. And before you know it, when your eyes are closed, they will be doing the work for you because they want to be seen as somebody who is of value. So together in collaboration, we will make it. And the last thing I wanted to add was, it's funny because Nigerians, I remember my dad said to me, Nigerians will tell you there is money in the gutter. And, I'm sure sometimes I go to Palace, I go to all these different places, and I will see that there are these Asians, they're the ones sitting at the top, and you've got all of these people working beneath them, all of our people working beneath them. And I think because of that lack of value, lack of sense, lack of self, we believe that we've been conditioned to believe that whoever's supposed to be in an authoritative position should be someone that doesn't look or sound like us. So we are now, and you can't talk about it in our community because it's almost taboo. So we're almost now sitting next to like a carcass that is rotting, but nobody's addressing the issue. But addressing things like this exposes that narrative. So if our people then start to believe that we are somebody, we're capable of creating, problem solving, making an impact, especially if you start with the youth. We're talking about natural resources. We can't be teaching our children natural resources when they're of an age of 20 and above. We're talking, teach them what manganese, we're talking bauxite, all of that. That's what we're doing now, so that when they grow up, they know we also have natural resources to make a difference. But it's a whole circle. Addressing everything that matters in that circle is what's going to make us a wholesome people. And so on.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, we have 3 questions, and then we have 3 questions online. So we're going to take all the questions now because we are very pressed for time. So
Okay.
Please make your questions.
All right. Peace and blessings. My name is Victoria Ely, and I'm from California. I was a public school teacher there, and I've been coming to Ghana since I was 20. I actually turned 21 in Ghana, so that was 15 years ago. And now I live here. And just what you all were saying, first of all, just thank everyone for your contributions. It's just so informative. I want to get all your cards. Thank you, Denta. Queen Mother Esther sent me. So representing the Global City of Wellness. I'm also a holistic healer. And something that I'm running into trouble with is supporting women in the hospitals when they want to go straight to a C-section. And so I'm just reaching out to, maybe there's other healthcare professionals that can support me in advocating for the women that don't have as much access, resources to OBGYN obstetricians that don't just go straight to C-section, because the women with more money, more resources are able to get childbirthing support where they can have these natural births. But I'm noticing the women that don't have that much money in the crowded cities, the first thing that the doctors do, and the male-dominated doctors, most of these obstetricians, these delivery folks are men. And so I really need support in helping to advocate. Also, what you said, sister, about the psychology. I want to connect with people that are creating Black dolls, right? Because when the dolls don't look like you, then you always want to strive to something outside of you, right? The white Jesus. Can we get some Black Jesuses, please, please, please? Like, I've got sketches. I'm already working on it. But just getting that investment support, because when you think that your God doesn't look like you, that's why we have this issue of the fibroids. Everyone wants to bleach their hair, perm their hair, bleach their skin, right? And now we're seeing so many women coming to me asking for help with fibroids. They can't give birth. And so these are some of the issues, some of the concerns that I'd love to partner with you all in the community, because I'm seeing just a lot of dis-ease mentally, psychically, emotionally, and as a holistic healer, as an educator, definitely need the support. Connecting, it's not what you know all the time, but who you know, and just want to support Ghana moving forward in these realms. And so that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much for the work that you do. Please keep your questions. No stories.
It's short.
Questions, please.
My question is actually very short. One goes for Miss Cynthia and one goes for Mr. Aqua. But I'm gonna start with Miss Cynthia first. So I just graduated, freshly out of college. I'm young, thank you. I just graduated with a criminal justice degree. And I love the law industry and stuff like that. And me coming to Ghana, I've been discouraged a lot, like criminal justice degree, what can you do in Ghana? You can never get a job out here. So I'm just like, okay, for somebody like me coming out here who does not want to, like the only option you have is either go be a lawyer or go join the police academy. That's the only way you can do anything in it. But I want to be a paralegal. I want to work with the lawyers. I don't want to be the lawyer, but I want to have an opportunity in the criminal justice field. So I want to know, where would you say somebody like me should start? Is it like internship? Is it like applying for jobs, going to the law firms yourself to go ask your questions and stuff like that? So that's my first question for Ms. Cynthia. And for Mr. Aqua, apart from being in the law, I also want to be in business as well. And I have an idea of making like fruit juices and stuff like that. We are from Kintampo originally, and my mom made me aware that we have lots of mango and ginger. So I'm like, okay, if I wanted to make my own juice and stuff like that, where do I start? Like, even though we have the resources, where am I taking it to get it squeezed and juiced and start the bottling, all that whole process. So that's my question.
Thank you. Next question. And then we'll just take all the answers. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. My name is Jennifer Mensah, and I was actually invited here by Mr. Intim, so thank you. My question is this. My background is in financial markets, and I've had a lot of advice around setting up physical businesses here. But what I'm really keen on is helping push forward access into the digital financial markets, especially blockchain technology, and of course, the metaverse. If anyone has not heard about that, please do advise yourself on that, and please do come and speak to me. But I wanted to know, what is the ways in which, for me, I can work anywhere. That's the great thing about doing something digitally online. But I want to call here home. So what is the best way in which Ghanaians can set up a digital-based business here? Because I'm hearing a lot of difficulties or barriers to entry from a physical standpoint in terms of having to set up a business here. So I wanted to understand those barriers or entry accesses from a digital standpoint. So, yes, and once again, thank you so much for everyone on the panel and Ms. Denter as well. You guys have done an amazing, amazing job. Thank you for that lovely question. Final question.
It's me again. So you said no stories, but I have to say this. I came earlier on I asked one of the staff members, would it be appropriate to ask my question with this panel? And they gave me the all clear. But when I came, I disgraced myself because it wasn't the correct panel. So please excuse me. So I'm going to start again because I've been hearing passport. So I feel encouraged to ask my question. So what it was I speak to a lot of people, and so I thought it would be a good question to ask. You're married to a Ghanaian. The Ghanaian has his passport, and you are the non-Ghanaian. How can the wife get the Ghanaian passport? What is the process? How long does it take? I know a family, as I said earlier on, that are 19 years married, have their children, and when they went for the passport, they were told that they're waiting to see if they have married for the right reasons. So that was quite a humorous story. But yeah, so if there's any information on that, that would be quite good. And as I'm speaking to people, I'd like to share that. Why are you laughing? It's very serious. Yeah, so if there's any information on that, I'd be grateful.
Perfect. Amazing. Thank you so very much for that question. We have a couple from online that I want to read out as well, just so that you can answer all the questions. The first one is Kofi Azuma says, are they still charging $150 to enter Ghana? I think he's referring to the COVID fee. If you are a foreigner, yes. If you're a Ghanaian, it's $50. Okay. Question for the panel. Is there any recourse if a contractor defaults on their obligation, causing you financial loss? And apparently this question is for Vanessa.
I saw that coming.
Yeah,
I
that
actually
question
saw
is
that
for you.
coming.
And then someone says, a consideration I have been thinking is that in the UK, I can get grant funding to support those without the personal funds to invest in themselves to take part. Are such resources available in Ghana? And then a final question is, what advice would you give an experienced professional, 40-something single mother with secondary school age children on making the move to Ghana? Specifically helping children make the transition, how much money to have in savings? Would you advise finding a job in Ghana? And job is in quotation, quote, quote. Regular income first before starting any business. So those are all of the questions. And Ms. Cynthia, do you want to start us off?
Okay, so I think there was a question on a paralegal, right? Unfortunately, you are right. If you have to practice as a lawyer here, work in legal, you have to go to law school. However, there is now a recognition, at least within my law firm, we have career paralegals. I'm actually desperately trying to set up a system where we have trained paralegals who are paid well to be paralegals, like it's done in the UK, in the US. So we have started an internal training process for paralegals to embrace that, because we all know that the legal support staff are even more important than the lawyers themselves. Okay, so we are definitely doing that. And I think we did speak, and you do have an internship with my firm, so I think we're sorted out there. The second question was from the lady who was you, right? Can you remind me what the question was? Starting up a digital business. Look, what COVID has done, obviously, is expose the fact that we have to have a business that is physical. And if you want to be a business that's thriving, even with my law firm, we have been operating digitally on and off, and created a policy internally to allow people to be able to work from wherever they are. Okay, so I think that change is taking place. I don't see a reason why you can't set up here and run a business digitally. In terms of blockchain, in actual fact, we have within our firm a dedicated practice group for startups and innovation. We're heavily into fintech, crypto, and blockchain. And this incentive, whole idea came from a young lawyer who was very interested in the area and said, I want to do this. And I gave her the platform, and she is only a year at the bar and is leading. We recently were asked and featured in Forbes, writing an article on DeFi and women within blockchain. So that's also changing. So there is when it comes to the youth, there's so much out there in terms of the technology, digital, financial, digital space. And there are quite a number of incubators that are set up to do that. So there's nothing wrong with you setting up and running your business so long as you're efficient. I don't see any barriers. Of course, if you want to register it as a business that pays taxes in Ghana, then you'd have to physically set it up here and make sure you pay your taxes. But I don't see any impediment to you doing that.
Right. Okay, so to my sister, she wants to set up, but I don't know the level at which you are. setting up the juice factory in Kintampo. Right. So with the kind of exposure we've had since 2017 that we started this, we know certain stuff that we're trying to pass down because we want to see more of a confuse. Because if you look at the import bill for juices, you'll be shocked. We are pushing out all these monies outside there. This conversation is in our name. So you see, our name is Ekunfi Fruits. So plural is plural of fruit, and juices limited. What we do is that we process fruits. So generally, we do fruits, and then we do the mixes. So we get the juices. Now, the general advice, I'm sure beyond today we can have a conversation, then we look at specifically what you want and what you want to do. But I want to touch on two general issues that you have to look at. First of all, is what kind of juice do you want to do? Is it a nectar juice and an extract? Is it juice that you want to do from concentrates? Or you want to do the not from concentrate like we do? We chose the not from concentrate because we knew we could have or build a capacity to grow our own raw materials. I don't know what you are thinking of, but we need to find out what you have in your enclave because fruits do not cost so much. So hauling fruits from a long distance will incur cost. So you need to get something in your enclave. The general advice here is that you get a fruit type that, because you're also looking at running your business all year round. So we, for example, chose pineapple. It is for a very good and strategic reason. Pineapple grows every day of the year. So it's harvested every day of the year. So if you want to do juices, this is a free consultancy. Your best bet is pineapple. Because pineapple grows every day. And then as and when the other fruits come into season, so for some time, as for our green pineapple, you see it every day. But then sometimes you see the red one, that is watermelon. That means watermelon is in season. Sometimes you see the citrus type, you see ginger is also all year round. So we have two beds all year round, yeah. So you need to understand some of these things to get you to be sustainable. But I would also want you to look at your packaging because if we're talking about juices, in fact, what we do is not new. It is all over the place. Only that these are very small manufacturers, 100 bottle a day companies. Do you understand it? But what makes us catchy and all over the place, apart from the noise that got us in, is the packaging. So we really have to look at packaging. We're speaking with a local packaging company. So he develops packaging. I had a meeting here with one man, facilitated by Mr. Kofiado of the Ministry of Trade, who was here this morning. So we had a meeting right here. This is like the business within a business discussion that was going on anyway. But there are other manufacturers that we are speaking, so that at least smallholder or small scale producers can also tap into very perfect world-class packaging without necessarily investing in that whole infrastructure. So I'm sure when we have that conversation, we'll move on. Yes, I'll leave my contact to if anybody wants to contact us for packaging, for food processing, etc. Fortunately, I am a humanities person, but I'm now a food person.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's two more questions.
Two new questions.
No, that needs to be answered. So Einstein and then Cassandra, someone also wants you to touch on the business question as well. So then.
I'll start with a question from the lady. When it comes to setting up digital business here in Ghana, of course, the steps, right? Incorporation, whether you want to be a limited liability, a non-profit or social enterprise. These are all conduits you can go about doing so. Then setting up a business bank account, which is very possible across all different bank banks there are in the country. And there are support for these sort of services, right, to make that possible. For those who want to find, there's a Ghana Enterprise Agency. Just GhanaEnterpriseAgency.com can help, and they even have support systems for things like even help with like laptops and digital support over there too. And when you set up the business bank account, then you can sort of receive capital, whether it's setting up Eventbrite, for example, and being able to like have a Ghana sort of like transaction line right there, And this is important when it comes to taxational sort of issues too, right? But the lucky thing about Center a business, digital business here in Ghana is, again, it is digital. There are incubators, there are accelerators. Even with the Ghana Tech Summit, we kind of help bring people together to just like inform them about such things, right? So that's the first part of the question, and definitely there are support there. The second part for the lady at the back with the beautiful scarf. The issue with citizenship is that there's sort of different layers, right? There are people who've been here for 15, 20 years who, if they're going to go about getting the citizenship, they can't follow the same process as somebody who's just coming into the country, like this year, for example. So it's sort of like it becomes a joint affairs between the Foreign Affairs Ministry to the Ministry of Interior, and of course, Diaspora Affairs. What I'd recommend is, first of all, being able to get your residence permit, which then is to just help formalize that process, right? So definitely reach out to the office. I'll share my personal email as well, but info@diasporaaffairs.com, and then we can follow up on that part. But once they have the residency permit sort of sorted out, then they can go by getting citizenships within maybe a less time frame because they've already been here for quite some time already as it is. But these things are there, just a lot of people don't tend to find out. Myself, again, my wife is not Ghanaian. I had to kind of sort of my Ghanaian passport, then I had to go help sort of my missus and then my kids as well. So I do understand the challenges there, but there are means to make that possible, of course. Someone asked about the legal system. Actually, Ghana has a very good judicial system right here, and I think many times people don't go and even find out, right? If you go to even the police headquarters, right? But there is a good system. So I don't remember the full question around the legal, but just recognize that we do have a good judicial system over here in the country. And then the lady asked about having a degree within like a sort of blend between criminal science, right? It touched on a good point. Ghana has a very great national service scheme. We have one of the best on the continent, and I do think it's a very, very powerful one and that applies to people who are employers who want to get employees too. You can actually go to the National Service Secretariat and maybe inquire for like staff who come from national service, who also host like programs that train people about how to have digital skills and become employees of the system, right? So definitely reach out to them too. And even at the Diaspora Affairs Office, we actually have created like a Diaspora National Service Scheme as well to help diasporas who are trying to integrate in Ghana, but go for a sort of scheme that can help them better understand how to become staff here, employees here, and find the right organization they can work with. But of course, you have to recognize that again, the salary is different because living standards are different here, right? If you live in New York, it's a very different costly affair than living in Sheffield. Same with London versus like Bournemouth, for example, right? And about the metaverse, I think it's all about educating people about technology and innovation. And there are going to be more programs out there to help inspire people about metaverse, artificial intelligence, blockchain, space, and all the like. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I
Vanessa,
just wanted to...
sorry, can we take Vanessa's answer first? Because we've not answered any of the online people yet. So, Vanessa.
If you give me the question again, please.
Oh boy. Can I have your phone? Sorry, my phone is dead. The question was around if someone takes a recourse on. Yes. So if there is any recourse, is there any recourse if a contractor defaults on their obligation, causing you a financial loss?
Absolutely. Okay. Does it work in Ghana? So I'll put it like this. Jackson & Co., we are both British and Ghanaian based. So I wanted to answer the lady that was asking about digital businesses. My company is digitally based. In England, to keep it quite frank, when COVID hit, I didn't see the sense in maintaining an office, paying rent, utilities, X, Y, and Z. So the team, as architects, designers, we very much can come to the client. So we just made it more so online based. You request the service, be it if it's a consultation, a design, you need us to go and do some FEE sourcing, which in Ghana is called procurement. We will do that for you. Of course, we bill you according to what your budget is or a percentage depending on the scope. So there are businesses here in Accra that are doing the online thing. And to answer that question, unfortunately, since we're keeping it 100% real, I have faced a lot of difficulties when it comes to clients paying what they're meant to. Here in Ghana specifically, I'm not too sure if it's a construction problem
or if it's more so, again, I don't want to use the word ignorance because people get offended, but I do think there is a bit of ignorance too. I think here in Ghana, for example, I've got friends that are holding PhDs and making 2,000 cedis a month. And then you've got maybe a driver that maybe works for someone a bit wealthy that's probably making the same amount or just a fraction less. So when I came here, I employed my staff to kind of get the same similar pay to what I pay the staff in England. You can gain a commission, but you also have your monthly salary. The struggle that I've faced specifically is clients paying when they're supposed to pay, or paying what you've actually agreed for them to pay. A lot of clients I have faced with tend to think they can just pay you what they feel like it or not pay at all. And I don't think it works like that. So when I've done my research, I've realized that there are governing bodies that actually do determine what percentages you can charge as a professional, be it a lawyer, engineer, architect, you name it. And in part of my business practices, if you do fault on a payment, we will charge you interest. If it keeps on going, my lawyers will action. I am known for getting my lawyers on you, and I actually don't care, because at the end of the day, I have to run a business, I have responsibilities, I have staff to pay, and it's not right that I've got to basically survive from my business in England when I'm here actually working. There's multiple projects that we're doing now, and if I'm being completely transparent, I actually am grateful for the staff that I have, because there was, I think it was you, sir, that asked about how do you avoid staff running a business within you. I mean, as architects, we work with our creativity. Our intellectual property is our designs. So with my staff, what I do is I always try to keep it honest with them. I'm not here to be pretending that I've got it on and popping when I don't. If I'm stressed, I'm very real with them. I tell them, this is what's going on. This is the challenges we're having with this particular project. I need your help with this. I need assistance. So I handle them like how I'd handle a brother, a sister, or a friend, so that they feel like they're part of the team. Because that's one thing that I can say I struggled with when I was working for other people's companies. So why start a business and then kind of like be, you know, do the same thing type of thing. So for me, how I've managed, or I mean, it's still being implicated as I speak to you. There are clients that still owe us money, but hopefully they see this and they start paying, you know, they start paying. But like I said, I mean, right now I'm basically funding myself and my staff. Just like Miss Cynthia said, I've gone months without pay for myself, just so that my staff can be paid. And if we're all Africans, if I'm being completely sincere, in the last 2 months, certain staff haven't been paid. You can tell they're a bit, you know, but they appreciate who their boss is. And, you know, the fact that I'm transparent with them and I've kept them in the loop and what's going on. And I allow, for example, one of my architects is currently doing a side project. My contract doesn't permit him to do that. But considering that I haven't been paid to even be able to, you know, go ahead and pay him that salary, you've just got to let it slide. So I think one thing I've learned with Ghana is you learn to adapt, but you're gonna have to have a strong backbone if you're gonna be here. I'm not gonna sell you that dream. You're going to have, I feel like they think when you're from the diaspora, you're a bit clueless, is the impression that I get. Being a woman, as we asked me in the industry, that's what I've struggled with. The men think that they know more than you, but standardly, I chose to study architecture. And if we're going by the chain of command, the architect's at the top before the engineer and whoever else. So I'm going to stand my ground and we're going to get the job done and we're going to make a difference. That's what I have to say.
That's what's up. Thank you so much. So you had something you wanted to question?
So I wanted to touch on a question from the lady who wanted to move to Ghana with her
family.
children.
Yes.
So as we recently done it in the last 2 years, and I'm a bit more of an operational financial guy, I wanted to sort of answer that question. But I'm primarily saying, you know what, Ghana is your oyster. You have choices upon choices upon choices. And it's all down to your financial capability. You know, some people come to Ghana and they live off $3,000 a month, $4,000 a month. And there's some people, if you really want to live an economical life, you can survive on $500 a month or the equivalent. My question to her is, what skills does she have in terms of wanting to come to Ghana and to continue that? I would advise anybody who's coming to try to get a job which will allow you to work remotely, if possible, because that allows you to parachute in without worrying too much about how you're going to make ends meet. Because if you come on savings, regardless how much your savings are, they are going to dwindle, they are going to start to run out. You could come with an idea of starting a business, but it could take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years before you actually see a city in your pocket. So look at yourself, look at your skills, see what you have. Try to get a job from abroad if possible, and then come in and find your feet. And especially to those who have children, if you're planning to make that move, indoctrinate your children with the culture of Africa. Learn an African language. Start from abroad, jump onto online programs like Destination Africa. But I'm serious about it, because what happens is half of the struggle is finding money to live, to do the things you want to do. The other half is when your children want to go back to the UK. And that's real. But if you teach them about Africa, get them excited, get them to learn the languages, the culture, and make it an adventure of discovery for them. You know what? When they have to eat kenke every day because you don't have the money to go, let's play that game of chasing the chicken. Go and catch a kote. They'll enjoy it and they'll do it with fun. So whatever you do, indoctrinate the children. Teach them to love Africa. Teach them to love themselves. And, financially, figure out what you can do. Figure out your skills. Remember, some skills are not directly translatable here. What you did over there, over here, you asked to be paid for that. People will look at you and one eye will be over there, one eye will be over there, and they'll be like, So check to make sure your skills are transferable. Look online. There are so many websites. You can find houses from as little as $1,000, 1,000 cities a month, all the way up to $10,000. So it's really down to you. Analyze and be honest with yourself. Don't think you're going to come here and it's going to go up, up, up. Do you have enough money? Do you have a way to sustain yourself for 6 months to a year without any income coming in from anywhere else? If you can't do that, seriously ask yourself, is now the right time?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Cassandra, we wanted you to answer that last question. We wanted you to chip in on that question of business within a business.
Hello. I think for me, building a store ground up, dealing with people trying to steal from me, even within building my store. I remember one day I walked in and they didn't know that it was my shop. And one of the tilers, he was just picking up the tiles. And I was like, where are you taking? Oh, madam, yeah, the koyo biejimo. And I was like, what is going on? With that instance, I think for me, it just showed me that I have to be present. I have to be there every day. I have to put security cameras. Even if I'm not physically there, I have to call 10,000 times just so that they can feel my presence. I know that's not gonna curb them from stealing, because no matter how good you are to people, they will steal. No matter how friendly, no matter how much you pay them, no matter how many times you buy them lunch, if they're gonna steal, they're going to steal. It's just, for diasporans, keeping an eye on your business, physically being there, making sure you have an accounting system, an invoice system, just physically always being there. We tend to think that we know it all, so when we set up businesses, we're not present, we're not there, we're just waiting for the money to grow in the bank accounts, and it doesn't work like that, because they will know how you run your business since they're there. And many times they might end up selling the same things you sell on the side. They will go buy cheaper products, same brand, and then when customers come in, oh, don't worry, I can give you this, we'll deliver it to you, and then they'll collect the money, and you'll walk in, you still have products on shelf, and it's not going. So just physically being present is what I would say.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you to our amazing, amazing panelists for being here with us today and for being so authentic and vulnerable and real with all of us. To our online audience, thank you for staying with us throughout the day. We hope that you took something away from today's session. We are coming to a close of this lovely day, but I do have a request for all of you here today. A lot has been said. A lot has been shared, but one thing that I do want you to remember through it all is for you to stay true to yourself and that when you get to wherever it is that you want to be, whatever destination it is, do not forget to look back and help the people that are behind you and the people that are coming after you. And with that, I would share that mentorship is something that is really, really vital, and it's very, very important in all aspects of our careers and in all aspects of our journeys. So, to the ladies that are in the room, if you are interested in being a mentor, we have a lovely app called My Power App that allows for you to connect with young girls and for them to actually connect with you to get advice from you. And part of changing that mindset is for us to impact the next generation. So I urge all of you to go to the App Store or the Apple Store, download My Power App, and become a mentor today. Oh, you were supposed to clap to that. Tough crowd. Okay, I think the mask is getting to me, y'all. But thank you all so much for having me. Again, my name is Aisha Ado, and it's been such a pleasure being here with you today. I am going to call on Ms. Denta to give us the final remarks, and then we can enjoy the rest of the beautiful day outside. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. So that's Aisha's organization, the mentorship that she runs. So we talk about change, and if we are going to be that change, we need to make sure that we are mentoring young people and making sure that we pass along that knowledge that we know. Give a round of applause to his amazing panel. Listen, everybody in Ghana, you need a lawyer. The amount of times I've had to call Marcy, I call her Marcy. Please, get Marcy to be your lawyer. You need a lawyer. In everything, every aspect. Connect with Marcy. Diaspora office, you need the diaspora office when you come. Even though we're here to support you, the diaspora office is the government arm. We're not government, we're private. So anything to do with the government, the diaspora office is there to assist you. We're going to be doing, like I said, sections with different organizations, and also we're going to be doing agriculture. So we're going to be having sessions, we're going to do real estate, we're going to do, so if you're part of the network, you'll be invited, whether it's via Zoom or physical. So please make sure that you do sign up, and we have more conversations with our Confit. They have Grow from, what's the, is it Grow for Me? The crop estate, which basically they grow your agribusiness for you whilst you're in a diaspora. So you don't have to do anything. They basically do it for you. So that's another thing that we didn't really discuss, but these are things that we're going to be delving into. Destination Africa. Guys, you don't understand. You do not understand, but let me break it down. Literally, my 4-year-old started speaking Chi because of them. From scratch. I like having proper conversations. If anybody follows me on Instagram, you know that I post these things. I'm like, is this my son? Like, he's counting in Chi. I can't count in Chi. I'm bad. Then that's it. The guy knows how to count up to like 30. And this is what they do. They empower young children. They have Saturday schools with the kids. So if you have children here, I suggest that you do see Destination Africa. Whether you yourself want to learn the language, they can help you as well. But predominantly, they are about the child. My son can read African flags at the age of 4. Their child, their youngest, is 3. He knows every single African country flag. How many do you know? Do you know more than 10? Even when he says it, I have to quickly go and check and Google, and then this is what they do. Guys, see them, encourage, even if your child is not a diasporan, it's normal here, they need confidence. They take the children to like a restaurant. They took my son to a restaurant to go and get him to ask for jollof rice, whatever he wanted to eat. My son was crying, he couldn't do it, but in the end he did it. That is getting the confidence that we want our children to have at a young age. So when somebody's doing something to them, they have the confidence to tell their mom or dad and not hide it. These are all elements of what they do. So please, Destination Africa, me, I'll promote them and promote them and promote them free. I don't want anything. This is what they've been doing. Vanessa, I met her in a nail shop. Me and my nails. And then she was like, oh, Denta, is that you? And I was like, yeah. You know, and then she was like, oh, my mom knows you, talks about you all the time, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I do this, da, 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 da. And then she spoke about what she was doing in the here. And I was like, I need you on the panel. She's like, Denta, it might not be good, you know. Like, the stuff that I've got to say. And I was like, Van, come. We need to be real. We need to be real. The facts are real. The journey is real. And I'm so glad that you were able to come on. And even the stuff that you're doing with Metro TV, sis, that's your landmark. And trust me, the whole world will see it. Akosia Cassandra, Prodigy Foods, Faustina Store. From the US, like she said, it's not been long. She literally started over COVID, making shito. Young girl, shito. See, Cassandra, shito now, babe. Or shito, sis. The shito was selling like, and I'm there, I'm like, yay, darling. Shito, the girl was selling the shito. And then she decided to come and she's opened the Faustina store, a co-store. Some of you, the Diaspora co-store, selling meat. She's making money selling meat. Ghanaians eat meat every single day. They buy rice every single day. It's the little things. It's hard work, but it's the little things. My cousin sells waist beads. She made her first million in January selling waist beads. She comes to Ghana, buys it for 1 cedi, 2 cedi, sells in America $15. It's the little things that you can make money from. Charlie, don't complain, oh. People are making money. You're sitting there complaining. Serious money. Even me, I'm like, Charlie, this waist beads business. Me, I want some. But again, thank you to everybody. God bless you all. To the first panel as well. I know Mr. Dudson is still here. Mr. Dudson, I love him so much. He's the Lands Commission. He flew all the way to the UK when we did this in the UK. And he's here today. And he stayed the whole way through. And they also supported this event. To the Lands Commission, thank you so much. To EcoBank, they do have an account for diasporans. So please do get in touch with them because it's a good thing. Then we have Clara Couture. So Clara has her van downstairs. She's selling African-made outfits. So she's got a van outside. So when you're coming out, please do look out for her. She's here. Also, Guba just recently signed a contract with Facebook. We're going to be recruiting for Facebook for their Africa recruitment. So, you know, Ellen, come up. Ellen is our head of Guba Careers, and she's going to be handling that. Again, she's a French Ghanaian. Satiko or French, and when she starts speaking in French, I'm like, and the girl that we're dealing with is French, so and I'm just like, yeah, you deal with that. But language is important. That's why we need to learn language. So anybody that may be interested, there's a lot of jobs that are going to be coming out, not just in Ghana, across Africa. I think they sent some. There was Kenya, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Nigeria. We're going to be recruiting for that. So if you're not part of the Diaspora Transition Network, you ain't getting that information, you know. We're not putting it out. So you better join. Anyway, and Jennifer, if I can have Jennifer up. Jennifer, give a round of applause for Jennifer. She literally just moved 3 months ago, but she's been part of Guba for the last however many years. She was our head of Guba Expo in the UK, and she's put all of this together. When I tell you someone has patience, she has patience. She's just like Claudia. Claudia's outside. She's our, where is she? She's our Goober head, Madame Boss Madame for Ghana. We really appreciate her. We also have Diaspora internship for all of you that are watching online. So we offer internship. So you can at least try it out and see. Have a job experience at EcoBank, have a job experience at wherever it is that you want to. We do that as well as Goober. A big thank you to all our sponsors and partners, the British High Commission, Diaspora Office, Beyond the Return GTA, Lands Commission, GRA, Star Bites for giving us yummy food, GTA, One District, One Factory, Akumfi juice. If you haven't had the juice, did everyone try the juice? Did you like the juice? You like the juice. Those of you who are watching in the diaspora, I know you're just like, oh, come and taste the juice. Come back and taste the juice. And it tastes like you've just cut a pineapple. It's fresh and there's nothing added. Are you sure there's nothing added? I know, I saw the process. I have actually an interview where I went there to see the whole process and there's nothing added, I promise you. Evolution International for putting this up. So production was by Evolution International. And for the camera work, big ups to my other half, Naz. He doesn't like me to mention him, so I won't mention their name. For those, if you know, you know. That's all I can say. To the other Goober team members, Dora, everybody who's here, let's see you. Yusuf. And a big thank you to the 85. When you see him, say 85. 85 is the cameraman. Vicky Pixel, if you need him for any event, he will take the picture and deliver it instantly via WhatsApp or whatever. Instant. Vicky, wait. This is the team, guys. This is some of the team. The rest are in the UK and somewhere. Because leave her, can you imagine? I told Cassandra, who's sitting there, I was like, Cassandra, you need to pick up the food for the Goober event today. Oh, but sis, I'm a panelist today. I said, you're a panelist, so you won't go and do Goober work. She said, no. I said, today we're all wearing white tops. Oh, I'm a panelist. So I said, okay, no problem, Madam Panelist. But guys, make sure that you connect. It's important. I was actually going to get each and every one of you, but time is running. Each and every one of you to say where you're coming from and what you do. Because I do find that a lot of you will still go and not say what you do because it could be someone that really needs what you're doing. Right? So I think it's really, really vital that you say what you're doing and connect. What's that? To do... Because you guys don't connect. Do you want us to do that briefly or you're tired? So go to the mic at the back, quickly say what you do. Quickly though, Madam, Mama, 10 seconds, say what you do, and then somebody might
Sherry
correct you with that.
Thompson. I'm also known as Mama Lou, MAMALOO. Yes, that's toilet sanitation advocacy. I work with, and I have worked with the Ministry of Trade and Industry as a former Made in Ghana brand ambassador. You need to connect with me if you want to do trade on the continent, because that's what I'm dealing with quite a bit now. I also have a company called Sunshade Energy. Yes, that's renewable energy. And I'm recently elected as the president of the African American Association of Ghana. If you are an American in this room, you need to get my number.
Thank you. So quickly, if everybody could go behind the mic, let's do it and then let's sit. Quick.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Providence. I'm an interior designer, FFE specialist that gets very specific. I'm actually running my first interior design workshop, March. I'm very excited about that. But I'm here. I'm available. If there's any developers, people that are in real estate, please liaise with me. If you are running a brokerage firm with at least 3 active agents, I will do a complimentary in-service workshop. It will replace your weekly meeting, okay? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cecilia. I've just moved back from Germany 3 months ago, and I've launched the first rapid grocery delivery service in Accra. So what we do is we deliver all your groceries, supermarket items within 60 minutes in Accra. So that's what we're doing. We own the facility center. We have all the products on our supermarket, and we have the riders, we have the bikes as well. So try our services. It's called Consume. Consume. Konzoom. Consume. So you can try out our
So you have the products?
We have every product.
So you're like a mini Amazon?
No, not Amazon.
Or Tesco?
So we're basically like Tesco online, but we don't do walk-in. So you just
it's like
order
Tesco.
online. Yeah, it's like Tesco.
Give it up for her, please, from Germany. Let's support her business. Okay, next up.
Victoria Ely. I'm an educational consultant and a holistic healer specializing in healing naturally, mental health, nutrition, and natural birth work.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Mensah. I am a day trader. I trade in financial markets and indices. I have about 13 years background in investment banking and financial markets. I also teach trading via a digital platform, and I also have a crypto portfolio and also passive incomes, and I help other people make a passive income. In fact, my entire trip to Ghana is funded through my passive streams, and this is what I'm really keen on helping Ghanaians do exactly the same thing. So anyone interested in learning how to get involved in blockchain technology, crypto, financial markets, and want to get started, do come and message me.
Please see Jennifer.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Frimpong. I'm from Chicago in the US. I'm a law student, however, here. I have apartments, so Diaspora, looking for accommodations, place to live. I also do construction, rentals, as well as scaffold and cement mixtures. And I will eventually, in the future, God willing, open up a law firm as well. So I was excited to listen to the Queen Cynthia here. Please connect. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the event.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, so my name is Mrs. Claire Ansa, and basically my children have started a venture. My daughter writes storybooks for children, promoting heritage and culture through the stories. Her books come with the tree language inside, and we also have Black African dolls that we use to support the characters of her book. So if you're looking for books for your children, my daughter is doing that. We call them After My Kind. The vision actually started with us bringing our children over, and inspired by all that happened. Being over here, she's using her skills to write storybooks for children with tree language and different things inside. And it comes with a Mama and Effia doll set where we promote the African heritage. And my son is also making African clothing. But let me give time for other people.
Thank you. So I can see a connection, Destination Africa, and I can see the holistic woman that wanted black Jesus and black dolls. Right. There you have it. Okay, let's go.
Hi, my name is Sam Affle, and I have a luxury women's sportwear brand. It's inspired by the Adinkra symbols and a lot of the materials that we see and wear in other ways, but this is the luxury sportswear brand for women.
Love it.
BB's Boutique.
Love it. I've got one as well, guys. It's nice. Trust me. I work for one of my dental shows. So please do. Everybody has to go to the gym. It's New Year. Oh, that's this thing that you went to eat. Go and burn it in the gym. So please make sure you patronize that. Next.
Hi, my name is Salsa Humi. I am a data privacy attorney. So if you have, especially an online business, you're collecting data, I help companies build their privacy programs. We've talked a lot about digitalization today, but it's not just about taking paper and putting it on a computer, because if that computer crashes, you've lost everything. So we are talking beyond that. We are talking cloud, we are talking security, privacy laws, regulations. So if you want to connect, please do so.
Thank you. Data protection is a big thing, so I think every one of us really needs that. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'm Akida from London. I am very much into community empowerment. I got my degree in community development and leadership, which I love. So I'm literally on a venture in Ghana for about 2 years just to explore, to see what I can set up and do to literally run some projects to empower my young people. So yeah, I haven't established anything yet, but that's my journey. So if it's in your niche, please come and talk to me.
Fantastic, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yabirago. I'm from Canada. I moved down here about 4 months ago. I'm an IT consultant. I also have a tech business, a travel tech business, essentially providing accommodations for women with an AI travel assistant to help women travel across the world. I also own a manufacturing company in Ghana, so we make tote bags. So we're trying to eradicate plastic bags in Ghana. So if you do want any bags, we make it for events, conferences, everything. We also customize it for you.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm so glad you decided to come.
Hello, my name is Lafinda Mohammed. I'm a broker, a real estate broker, and my whole concept, and also we are into facility management, and also want to bring Central Region into a real world of real estate, where people will come and get property and really know that they're in Central Region, just like they're in East Legon. That's our goal.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Sharon from the United States. I'm an IT project manager, but also on the side, I am the CEO of Rose of Sharon Productions. It's a film production company that was just launched, hoping to revive film industry in Ghana soon. So if you have scripts, if you have any out-of-the-box movie ideas, I'm your go-to so we can make magic.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joseph Asenso in Ghana. I'm from Ashtokin. We are a launchpad platform for companies that are seeking to eliminate pollution and help in the adoption of cleaner energies. So we're working with GCS Fibers First. It's a company that has the technology to turn coal ash into 6 forms of mineral fibers that have so many applications. You can check us out in the stands once you live here, and you can find our information ashtoken.io and gcsfibers.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert from the UK, and I currently do slush puppies. There's alcoholic options as well.
Robert, speak louder. Listen, the slush puppies are on point, and you can't just
You know, I don't want to toot my home too much, but yeah, do slush puppies. Some people call it daiquiris and stuff. So yeah.
So, Robert.
Do you know what, Denta? I hate public speaking. That's the only thing.
Robert does anyone know what slush puppy is?
Yes.
You know the little ice flavored. Listen, and you know you miss that sometimes.
So
he's got it here in the UK, in Ghana. So please, if you have an event, weddings, parties, he can bring it there. So please get in touch with him. It's something that, especially Destination Africa with the kids, it'll go down well. Connection right there. You see?
I don't have any kids, but I would just like some at my office if that's okay.
Sure, no problem.
Awesome. Next up.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Christopher. I'm a real estate associate with AA Africa, and I'm also a personal shopper. So in case you need some stuff that you don't know how to get them, just kind of hit me up. Thank you.
Personal shopper, very important, needed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eunice. I'm a student that studies cybersecurity, and I also am one half of a brand called Skirt Club that pushes. We basically make clothes talking about African culture. We have a collection right now on Adinkra symbols that basically just teaches the different meanings of the symbols on the hat.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jan Forson Lafinda. I've been traveling to Ghana now since 2014, backwards and forwards from the UK. I'm actually taking a rest now. Basically, I'm retired. I have my experiences working as a probation officer, a youth justice worker. I've actually worked with some of the most difficult and serious offenders in the UK. And I'm actually looking at working with women because I've also worked with women in prisons as well.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kurt Lucian. I'm your next digital marketing director. That means if your company, whether how big or small it is, if you need someone to guide you through the digital marketing world in terms of getting more exposure, getting more traffic, getting more clientele, have a call, let's have a conversation and see where we need to grow from here to where you need to be and fill in those gaps. Okay?
Love it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Quanisha McLeod. I'm actually a professor in health information technology. I am doing some volunteer work here with some students, and I also have a passion for herbal medicine.
A professor. Full chesed, like, yeah, professor. Thank you. God bless you. Next up.
Hi, I'm Idriso Abdallah. I'm a specialist intensive care nurse, experienced from London to Australia. Recently founded a telemedicine and diagnostic center. So if you need any specialist attention, you can just jump on our website or the
Fantastic.
app. But the website is a bit complicated, but I'll pass it on. I've got it on the card.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you so much. So you've brought your skills right here.
Yes.
And set
yes.
up.
Yep.
Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Barry Queening. I'm an architect.
Baron, are you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Barry Queening. I'm an architect at Mobius Architecture, and we actually designed this building that we're sitting in.
Oh, come on! No way!
If you need to speak to me with the company I work with, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mama Lou!
Yeah, if you need any advice regarding your building projects or anything, I'm happy to help you out. Thank you very much.
Amazing. A round of applause to him, because this is a signature building. Yeah. My man from Canada.
Hi, my name is Francis Odro. In Canada, I have 3 companies. So I would say I have a real estate development company, which is Nuna Properties. Ikalu Consulting, which focuses on capacity building and mental health. And here also we have Keodro Farms, which is in Awutu. Right now we have about 100 pigs we're selling, so in case you need a pig, let me know. And we recently started investing in hotels as well. So we have one hotel in Konongo right now that is to be launched.
Have you done your GTA registration permits?
We have.
Okay.
So we were very fortunate to have all the panelists here. My goal is to just make myself available to support any way I can. So please, if you want to connect, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernice Sirafi, and I'm the owner of Keypoint Consulting, LLC. It's a tax and accounting practice based in the U.S. And what I do is help, say if you relocate to Ghana and you still have your IRS compliance responsibilities that you have to do, and most people tend to lapse in that. So I help them get compliant.
That's good. That's awesome. Excellent.
Hi, my name's Yaba, and I'm one of the directors of Apple Health and Fitness, which is a fitness-based company in the UK. And my husband and I and our 2 kids moved to Ghana last year. We've started a YouTube channel to document our journey, but also to encourage others who are still living outside how to come back and what it's actually like when we come back. So thank you so much for today, Danta.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon all. My name is Marlon Caesar. I moved here about 4 months ago from the US, my wife and I, that is. And I'm in IT cloud computing. So I would like to connect with all the IT folks. We do everything from blockchain to AI to engineering and automation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, again. My name is Precious Hannah. As I mentioned before, I am a YouTuber, so shameless plug, please subscribe to my channel. And also follow me on Instagram, we're growing the brand. I also have an NGO, which I wanted to mention. So I growing up in London, hated school, didn't understand the point, came to Ghana and realized that, you know, the opportunities that I was given was not necessarily what was here. So I wanted to make sure that I set up a foundation that can give back to our communities. And this year, I feel it in my spirit, you know. People don't like saying this is my year and all of that, but I'm saying it, it's my year. There's big things coming. My mum and I are buying land in my hometown, Winneba, and we want to build a center, like how we had after school clubs in school, you know, how you can have ICT centers and really get people, the community together again. And yeah, there's a lot going on. We're starting from the ground up. So subscribe to my channel and watch the journey.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Oh, okay.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shura Fuller from Africa to Diaspora Connections. Basically, I run the company with my husband. Basically, we've got lots of branches. One is childcare. We've got a babysitting and nannying service. So if you need anybody to look after your kids. We also do, we've got Caribbean seasonings as well. So basically, we actually do shopping as well from the UK. We also get land for people. We help people as well to start in their agriculture journey. The list goes on. But, you know, thank you, Denta, for the opportunity. Like people have said here, there's been so many opportunities. And the thing is, I'm being honest now, in Ghana, I really need to be held back because there's so many businesses that you can do, but like other people are saying, you have to build the brand and so forth. So as I'm saying, anything to do with repatriation as well, we're helping people do that. And we've been also giving people on the ground work experience and jobs. So as well, that's what we've been doing. So yeah, that's me. Anyway, take care, God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly, before we go, Mr. Amar, I forgot Chris. So Chris here is a consultant. He was at the registry office for over 35 years and can help as well with your business. So he's somebody that we're going to be using for the Diaspora Transition Network, who's going to be at hand because he's worked there and now he's, you know, doing his own consultancy, and he can help you make sure that you register your stuff in the right way. So if you could just stand up and wave so that people can see you and also talk to you, that would be great. I heard a lot of you say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this. In the UK, you'll be doing one. Ghana, you're doing 1, 2, 3. Anna, it's true. What? Hey, Mr. Samuel Dodu, please. Mr. Samuel Dodu used to also work at GRA, another consultant that can help you with your tax issues. Ghana tax, they'll come after you if you don't do it correct. So please see Mr. Samuel, see Mr. Sam, he will help you. Again, we're going to be using him for the Diaspora Transition Network when we do our one-to-ones and stuff. Sometimes we cannot get the government officials, we use people who have worked there that knows the system as well. So again, thank you, Mr. Sam. So, Happy New Year to everybody. It is still the new year. We're only, day 3 into the new year. God bless you all. 2022 is definitely our year. Thank you so much to the panel, to every single one of you who came out, and to everyone who's watching online. God bless you all. May 2022 be the door opening year and more success stories to you and your family. God bless you.